I appreciate the vote of confidence. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I love it. No, we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. We still have, right? We have a lot of work to do, right? I still got to work on me. We have a lot of work to do, right? We still have some unexplored sections in the Djed Pillar book. I think we're a book behind. I think we're a book behind in terms of our Ebers Papyrus, right? And we still have a lot of stuff to go through in the Ebers Papyrus. So we have a lot of work to catch up on. Yeah, we have a lot of work to catch up on. Drip in the building. You already. Yep. So we have a lot of work to catch up on, right? But we just released a small book, right? We just released a small book. It's kind of an addendum. It's kind of an addendum to the Legoat book, right? Legoat, right? Legoat. It's kind of a play on French and Hebrew at the same time, right? We're using the L as a word, right? So I know people are like the whole Jordan and bronze. This is not that, right? This is not that. This is more about biochemistry and comedic science and masonry and, you know, yeah, the mythos, the ancient mythos of the goat, right? And how exactly, you know, that's associated with your neurochemistry, you know, the ventricles of the brain, the horns of the brain. Yeah. So the small book that we just released, I don't even know if it's released. I submitted. Let me say that. I submitted. So it'll be out, I guess, within maybe the next day or two. I should have. Yeah. Right. Oh! Oh, let's go! Hold up. Stop talking about whatever you talking about, EnQi. Let's talk about what Rashawn talking about. Yes, sir. Definitely. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. And listen, people at home, if you cannot drop a red super chat, like the $50, you could definitely do the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5, the 1s, the 2s, right? Definitely don't forget the Cash App, right? Don't forget the Cash App. Don't forget hold up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I just found out, like, you know, I'm watching stuff, trying to learn stuff on YouTube, and I'm like, yo, these people that's watching my channel is not subscribed. What is going, like, subscribe to the channel. Yo, man, thank you. I can't thank you enough. Seriously. You never know what's happening in people's real life. Like, you see people come on a live stream, you don't know what they're going through. So I definitely cannot thank you enough. right? So we dropped this little book here, right? We dropped this little book here, and it's a timely, it's a timely book. It's a timely book, right? Because of the Djed pillar conversation. So, it's one thing leading to another. We're building, right? We're building Comedic naturopathy, right? We're building, so we have Djed School, right? We got the subject, right? We got the course, Comedic naturopathy. Now we have the school. Now we got Djed School. Now we got the school, right? We got the curriculum, school, right? And the backbone, right? The backbone of the curriculum, pun intended, right? The Djed pillar, right? And so at some point, we're going to have to get a little bit deeper into the other stuff, right? Into the other stuff, the stuff that where the line between health science and spirituality gets blurry, right? Yeah, there's a line where there's health science, and then there's spirituality, and then there's a space in between that, which is very blurry, right? And I just want to give thanks. I just want to give thanks because I started jump roping again. Oh man, I felt so good. Well, I can't lie. I didn't feel exactly so good, like just right after jumping rope. Yo, right after jumping rope, I didn't really feel. I felt out of shape. I was like, oh my God, this is disgusting. But you got to get it in. You got to get that one off. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ain't, for whatever reason, right? We up and down with it. None of us are paid bodybuilder, like that's not our career. So, you might have fell off for whatever reason. I had my little leg fracture. So I was down for a minute. Plus it's the winter time. Michigan is not a jump rope place in the wintertime. Right? I haven't been to the gym, I have my little home gym and my little stuff here. So, I've been on that, but I haven't been on my jump rope. And for me, my jump rope is my main thing. Like everybody has an exercise, like once you get used to exercising, like this is your, what I'm saying? This is your thing that everything else is built on top of. There's exercises you do because you got to exercise, but then there's one exercise you do because that exercise gets you high. That's the exercise that you do that releases, the dopamine and the opioids and all of those things in your brain that, opens you up. So now you can do the lunges, like lunge. I don't know, for whatever reason, me and lunges just, but that's, anyway. Just I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good because we done had us a couple of decent weather days up here in Michigan. You know what I'm saying? So I can get outside with my jump rope, feeling myself. But we got to start getting to that space. And here's the space, right? Here's the space, right? Here's the space, right? right? You got health sciences, right? Health is really a measure of function, right? How well your body functions. When you're dealing with spirit, spirit is the world of energy, right? Spirit is the world of energy, and we break that down to different forces, right? So health sciences talks about how well the body is functioning, right? Health sciences versus spirit or spirituality, just the ituality, just imagine the ituality part is there. Spirituality, the uality. Let me see if I can squeeze in the uality right in there. Yeah. Right. The spirituality, right? That is the world of energy. Right? That is the world of energy, right? And we break energy down to particular forces, right? So the way modern science does spirituality, right? Because people are now coming slowly but surely to the conclusion that modern science is a religion in and of itself. They still behind the learning curve. They're about to get there though. They just coming slower. They coming slower. We just ahead of the learning curve. We way ahead of the learning curve. But we ahead of the learning curve. So right now it has like a negative connotation to it. It's disrespectful when you say, science is a religion, right? It's disrespectful. But the reason why science is becoming a religion is not because it's corrupt. There's corruption everywhere. There's corruption in spirituality. There's corruption in the church, in the mosque, in the synagogue, in the anywhere where you have, there's corruptions everywhere, right? But the reason why science is becoming more and more and more like a religion is because people are getting more transparency with science. You see, science benefited for a long time the same way the church did. Nobody was allowed to read the Bible. Nobody was allowed to read the books. Nobody was allowed to do the knowledge on the history. So it just go off what I say. Blind following the blind, right? Or the one-eyed man is king in the land of the blind kind of thing, right? Science kind of benefited that way. You had the great masses of people, illiterate and ignorant, and you got these enlightened folks that's just, this is what it is. Yeah, this is what it is. So I'm an inventor. So if I invent something, you gotta, now there's so much transparency that you have, intelligent, articulate, people to scrutinize, right? So now that we're learning more and we understand, when our ancestors were talking about spirituality, they was talking about this, energy. So now when we talk about science, what are you talking about? Energy, right? Because when we trace it back, we go spirituality is what? Unseen forces that controls the material world. Right? We super simplify it and take it all the way out. Well, what is science? Unseen forces that controls the material world. So you can't escape it now. Whereas before you could make it seem like something it wasn't. Now we know this kind of just, this is what it is. Right? So 50 years ago, if you said that the unseen world controls the seen world, that would be looked at as pure mysticism, spirituality. You know, you got to go that way with that. There's a direction, there's a place for that, but there's no place for that in the scientific world. Nowadays, that is the scientific world. The entire scientific world runs around the fact that the unseen is in full control of the scene. Even if we talk about food and natural, you know, natural foods, we're talking about photosynthesis. And photosynthesis is the most popular conversation to have in the world of quantum mechanics, quantum phenomena. Right? So we have to have that conversation that's right in here. Right? We got to get right in there. Right? Right in there, which is in between health sciences and spirituality. Right? That's we don't really have a place to go. So we have to get into that pocket. And so because we have to get into that pocket, I had to stop the whip for a second, double back, pull up to the curb, and go, oh, okay, wait a minute. Hold on, yeah, we gotta, hold on, we gotta stop and double back for a second. There's a huge mistake going on, right? There's a huge mistake going on, right? And I'm thinking this will help everybody, right? Because it's one thing for us to start to understand, okay, now we got a face, we got a name, we got a time period. Like we know exactly who wrote the Bible, right? We know who, you know, what the purpose was. We know the why. We know what the external purpose was, the internal purpose. Now we know who, you know, like we've answered more of the 5 W's now. Whereas the Bible was more of a mystical book. Now we have science on it, right? Now we know there is a group of people, right, that got the boot out of Egypt, that settled out in Canaan. Like we know who. Like now we can line up the dates, the names, the times, the archaeology. Like now there's real history to substantiate everything. Like we got all that. But there's one problem that's still out there, right? And it's just the simple, like we're not even gonna spend the whole time on it. We're gonna get back to our Djed pillar conversation. We just got to tighten up this thing here one time for the one time, right? And it's crazy because it's like how I was talking about Reggie the other day, and just in reference to how I came to the idea, I was like, okay, so we need to flesh this out, right? We need to flesh this out, right? We need to flesh this out because people don't realize, okay, when you translate something, right, now that allows us to study it in our language, right? Once we find out that the Djed pillar is talking about the spine, well, now we can go in and learn more about the Djed pillar by simply learning more about the spine, right? So the thing that has to happen is demystifying. We have to demystify, right? And that's a problem that we're not doing. We have to demystify stuff, right? So we have this small book to help demystify a few things, right? And one of them is the term Elohim, right? We have to get it, right? Because we still watching a lot of people make whole careers off of the word Elohim. Like literally, Let me go get my iPad. Let me go get my iPad so I can pull up some of this stuff real quick. Let me go get my iPad. Hold up.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me.
All right, hold on. We're just going to try to do this on a share screen. And hopefully we don't get in trouble for it. All right, we're just going to do this on the share screen. And hopefully we don't get in trouble for it. Let's see. All right. Y'all can see that? Yeah. Okay. Bam. All right. So I'm going to just type in the word Elohim. And let's just peruse. Let's just peruse some stuff. Right? Boom. Right? This is what we got to clear up. Right? This is what we got to clear up because this is what we got to get this clear so that because there's a disconnect. Right? There's a disconnect between spirituality and health sciences, right? That we have to clear up, and it's right here, and it's being propagated throughout the airwaves because it's clickbait. It's clickbait, like it's crazy, So we need to just, right? We look at this here, ancient aliens, right? So that's one. Maybe I should write a list. Maybe I should write a list, right? Of all of the crazy things that's getting ready to pop up as they come up. Maybe I should write me a little list. So we got aliens, right? We got aliens. Or maybe we put it up on the screen. Let's put it on the screen. We got aliens. Bam. Let's go, Mike. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm talking about the super chat and the comment. Like, let's go. Mike is trying to work on helping us to get. This is what I need help with. We need to get, listen. We need to speak to more people. Listen, this is what we need to do. We need to speak to more people. So I really need everybody, right, to hit up their cousin, their uncle, their mama, their grandmama. Like, yo, I need to bring Dr. EnQi on your show. I need to bring Dr. EnQi on your podcast. I need to bring Dr. EnQi. We need to go everywhere. We need to go on a digital world tour. Right? We need to go on a digital world tour and campaign everywhere. Melanin versus diabetes. We got to get busy with the get busy. It's time, right? But let me get over here. Right? It's because we got to see this. So we got aliens, right? What else we got? We got Dr. Michael Heiser saying a place of residence. Elohim is a term that describes a place of residence. So we got aliens. We got a place of residence. What else we got? Let me see if we can hit this. No. See, they coming with all that music. That's gonna jam. That's gonna mess us up. Oh, let's see what they saying. Yeah, this
God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases. Gods with an S.
So Billy continues on his quest to prove to anyone who actually understands the biblical languages that
Okay, so right off the rip, we got our boy Billy. Good old Billy never fails us. Right? And Billy Carlson has made a living off of this idea. Right? We probably could just stop right there with Billy. We could probably stop right there with Billy Carson, right? Because he's a prime example of a lot of these guys, right? Because that's the conversation, right? And all of these guys, right, with these false narratives or this poor context or selective context, right? All of them are regurgitating Dr. York books. Oh yeah, they all just regurgitating Dr. York books. Nobody wants to say that they're regurgitating Dr. York book because, right? But all of this, Elohim is a bunch of different gods, and so you shouldn't believe in the Bible because the Bible is talking about a bunch of different gods, and then they start to go into Baal and El Shaddai means breast and all kinds of foolishness, like all that, right? It starts with the word Elohim. It starts with the term Elohim. Once you put the juice on Elohim and you get the audience or the person you're talking to accept gods, right? Without context, all manner of buffoonery is on deck, right? But the context that we have to use is we have to understand that the Bible is a Comedic book. We have to understand that the Hebrew language is a Comedic language. Even when we say that to one another, we say that on the video, it's like our DNA, all of the movies that we've watched, all the TV we've watched, you know, listening to Kanye's rants and all this other stuff, it still plagues our mind. So even when you say, okay, the Bible is a Comedic book or Hebrew is a Comedic language, okay, cool. You still got like 1,000 other pressing things in your mind that still redirects your mind to Greco-Roman, you know, like a whole nother dynamic that's associated with this. So you lose context. You have to put this in Comedic context, right? We have to put this in Comedic context, right? And it's hard to put it in Comedic context because we don't have Comedic perspective. I want y'all to get this. It's hard to put the Bible in Comedic context because we don't have Comedic perspective, right? What is Comedic perspective? Comedic perspective is that all of the Comedic gods, right? All of the Comedic gods, right? And we say gods euphemistically. We don't mean like people that live on the clouds, right? We don't mean that. That's not Comedic perspective, right? This is Comedic perspective. Energy, forces, right? That's what the Ntcheru is, right? The Ntcheru, just forces. That's it. But you got to have comedic perspective, because if the teaching style is not black and white, if the teaching style is storytelling, well, now you have to take the forces and dress them up, anthropomorphize them, right? Yeah. Anthropomorphize them, right? Give them traits, give them color, give them personality, so that you can put them in stories and teach. Because that's the teaching style, storytelling. Right? So you got to create characters, whether the characters are people or the characters are animals. Or if you want to give them more versatility, you can make it so that the characters can be animals and people at the same time. But that's comedic perspective, right? Greco-Roman perspective is the human perspective. Multiple gods, and these gods are actually big, gigantic humans that live on top of mountains and clouds. So here's where it gets confusing. Because you're indoctrinated with Greco-Roman ideology, when you look at the pantheon of Comedic gods, you overlay the Greco-Roman ideas onto the Comedic science. And you go, oh, so yeah, they believed in a whole bunch of gods in Kemet. Okay. Just like the Bible believes in one, then Kemet they believed in. And so now you have, wait a minute, it's not one, it's Elohim. Elohim is plural of El or Elo. And so if it's plural, it's multiple. And look, let me take you to this page, because in this page they said Baal. And right here it said, the God says, I'm a jealous God. Don't let other. So you open up the door for all of these other conversations and you lose context, because 90% of the conversations are to poke holes in the Bible, either to run up views and likes or to sell some products, right? It's a personal gain with attacking the Bible. They have a personal interest in finding a way to galvanize attention with attacking the Bible. Right? So it's about twisting, not necessarily delivering the truth, but twisting the truth to create a spectacle. Right? So we got to get this down pat. Health sciences, spirituality, two most important things in the world. Right? Your physical health, your mental health. Right? At the intersection is this place, this weird place here, energy and forces, the stuff that animates the body, the stuff that your consciousness is made out of, right? It's in this place. Yeah, it's in here, right? Somewhere in here, right? So this is where the misunderstandings.
He doesn't understand them. The ending im normally indicates a masculine plural in Hebrew. So Elohim.
God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases. Gods with an S.
So Billy continues on his quest to prove to anyone who actually understands the biblical languages that he doesn't understand them. The ending im normally indicates a masculine plural in Hebrew. So Elohim, at face value, looks like a plural version of the word El.
Okay, so that's two things we're going to write down real quick. Wes just said two things: masculine plural. Now, trust me, because Billy Carson's gobbledygook is so obvious, a lot of us are drawn to this guy, Wes, because he done busted up Billy Carson's foolishness, and now we believe that he's all wise, right, and exact. He is not. He is not. Let me help you out. He just knows more than Billy. He just knows more than Billy, but that's not that hard to do.
Meaning God, and the im plural ending. And so therefore you could mistake it for then being the plural gods. Now, in some cases, Elohim does refer to plural gods. The problem with this is that
Now, do you see how ridiculous that just got? That's why I say the gobbledygook. He just went through a whole diatribe saying that Billy Carson was wrong because Elohim does not mean plural gods. And he went through some scientific, literacy about languages and understanding languages and gets right to a space and says, now, Elohim does actually mean plural gods. Sometimes. So it doesn't mean plural gods, but sometimes it does mean plural gods. And so what happens is, just like I said, people are bending like air benders, water benders. People are truth benders. They're bending these narratives to fit the moment. That's why I'm saying there's shortcomings to debate format. This debate format is good. I like watching debates. I like being in debates. But there's shortcomings. It's not, it's not the best for all types of learning. Right? It's not the best for all types of learning. Debates are amazing. They add energy and excitement to scholarship that wouldn't normally be there if you're just going through, So, but there are shortcomings to it, right? Because personality is added. You can bend the truth, bend the rules of the venue, and there's other things that help you win a debate. So if you're just coming for the truth, right, and you hear something like this, you don't know which way to go. You're like, wait. Billy said Elohim means gods. Wes comes in and says Billy's wrong. Elohim doesn't mean plural gods. And then literally 15 seconds later says, yes, sometimes Elohim does mean plural gods. Let's watch that again.
God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases. Gods with an S.
So Billy continues on his quest to prove to anyone who actually understands the biblical languages that he doesn't understand them. The ending im normally indicates a masculine plural in Hebrew. So Elohim, at face value, looks like a plural version of the word El, meaning God, and the im plural ending. And so therefore you could mistake it for then being the plural gods. Now, in some cases, Elohim does refer to plural gods. The problem with this is that the word Elohim is what's known as a concretized abstract plural. And this is a function within the Hebrew language where a plural word is used in a singular sense.
Hey. Make it plain, man. We got to make it plain. Listen, let me say this, because we play about God. We play about God. The world we live in today, and I'm not saying me, I'm not saying you specifically, I'm not saying Billy or Wes, I'm not pointing out specific people. I'm just saying our time, the age that we live in. In the age that we live in, people play about God. But we come from people, generations of people that would kill you if you violated their God. People have waged wars over God. There's still pockets of people on earth that's ready to go to war about how they believe in their religion and, encumbrances placed on their ability to worship and blah, 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 blah. Right? But largely for the most part, especially with the advent of social media, disrespecting people's spirituality, religion, and gods has become, you know, you got to have thick skin, you know. Thick skin is like we used to snap in the neighborhood and talk about people, and you know, we or play in the dozens. I don't know where you're from. You might be called something different, you know what I'm saying? But we call it snapping in New York. You know, we just talk about your shoes, your clothes, and whatever, you know, but it had rules to it. Because you knew certain people, if you talked about their mom, they're going to be ready to fight. Or if you talked about their pops, or you talked about a dead family member, or you know, there were certain lines that you just couldn't cross. Well, for a long time, God was definitely the line you couldn't cross. Like now people just, you know, people just crossing that line, like people just hopscotching, you know what I'm saying? Like that's, yeah, people just, you know, so we just got to keep in mind when we having these discussions, the perspective of the people who created these spiritual systems, right? They were not playing. They were not playing. So even when we listen to somebody like Wes will lead you to believe that in 1500 BC, right? That's 3,500 years ago. Those people knew what a concretized, plural, abstract verb was. I can guarantee you they didn't sat down to create a plural, abstract, whatever he just described. Like that's what we're doing now to create indoctrination and academic gobbledygook. The people that created these spiritual systems, they were very plain. They were very plain with what they were talking about. They were very plain. It just right over the table, right over the plate. Whoop. We're just going to put one right over the plate. It's not going to be a curveball. It's not going to be a fastball. It's not going to be like a sinker, or, you know, we're not going to hit you with the Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan had the, you know, he put the ball in between his nut, the split finger fastball, I think it was. Yeah, the split. It's just going to be right over the plate. Yeah, I'm going to put this right over the plate. Whoop. Because the more simple you make it, the easier it is to retain. Right? The easier it is to retain. Right? So we can go to the most obvious. Right? We can go to the most obvious. We can go to Ray. Right? We can go to Atum. We can go to Kepler. Right? These are three different deities. Right? Three different gods, quote unquote. Right?
Jesus.
What? He called?
Yeah.
Oh, shucks. Hold on 1 second, God.
Myron!
Yeah.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
Yeah, I'm live. I'm on the live. You on the live too. Everybody can hear you.
Yo, you on my screen right now.
Okay, so we living. We living. Everybody say shout out to Hotepistan, Hotep to Hotepistan. We got Hotep Jesus on the line.
We call this the Griffception.
The gripception. I like that.
I got the name for the show.
What is it?
You ready?
I'm ready.
Medicine.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there. Tuesdays at 8 o'clock, Comedicine. Tuesdays at 8 o'clock, we gonna do something special for we giving birth right now to something brand new. You heard it here first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just had to give you the good news real fast, man. Get back to your show, yo.
Tuesdays at 8. Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, what's up?
Yeah. Crazy. So y'all got that live. Me and Hotep Jesus we've been cooking. We've been in the kitchen cooking up. You know what I'm saying? And put that joint in the oven. You know, you just heard the bing. It just popped out. So medicine, Tuesdays at 8. That's going to be crazy. All right, so Khepri, Atum, and Re, right? 3 different deities, right? Well, if you have any perspective, right? Any perspective on it, you know that these are solar deities, right? And I just want to take my time with this because I really want to get this out the way so we could get this understanding, and it's gonna set you free. Like, it's gonna light your brain on fire in terms of everything else that we do with health and cells and nerves, and like we have to get this energy part down. Because even folks that's selling little herbs at the gas station and all that, like what they tell you, oh yeah, this is gonna help you with your energy. We got to get this energy thing down. Energy is like the most overused term everywhere that nobody has really concrete. Like, we got to narrow that down, right? So we got to create some comedic perspective and context, right? So we got Atum, we got Khepri, we got Re, right? Now, if you one of the people that say, no, it's not Re, it's Ra, my apologies. We're gonna roll with Re. You know what I'm saying? If you're more comfortable with Ra, you know, we might say Ra Re, then it sound like a brother from the hood, right? So we just Re, right? But Re, Ra, we gonna, you know, there's a few other names we could slip in there. We're gonna roll with these 3 just for perspective, right? Solar deities, right? Atum, Re, Khepri. Now, the surface is that they represent the sun. So we have to ask ourselves stupid questions sometime, so that way we could just get past the surface level. Did the people in Kemet think that there was like literally 3 different big bright stars in the middle of our solar system? Or were they talking about 3 different aspects of the sun? Right? So we got to ask the dumb question. We know they didn't think it was 3 different, or if we go down the line of solar deities, we know that it wasn't 10 different. So now we're talking about different aspects of the sun, right? What aspect? Right? Well, Khepri, we're talking about the recycling, right? We're talking about the recycling, the night going into the day. And we're talking about the spinning, right? We're talking about the spinning and how the spinning, the rotation of the sun, right, gives us our days and nights and our cycles, right? We talk about our tune. We're talking more about the sun in its most stationary, highest, right? We're talking about Re. We're talking more about what reaches us, which is why in English today it carried over. We have sun rays, right? That comes from Kemet, right? So again, we look at a force, or we look at the sun as the most powerful force in our solar system. The most powerful force in our solar system that's observable with the naked eye, right? The sun. So create some different names, talk about different aspects. You can roll out in the stories. You can teach it to babies. They can memorize it. It works, right? Problem is, later on, other generations begin to believe, when you're reading the writings, you're starting to believe that these people thought that Atum was a person sitting in the middle of the universe, and that Shu and Tefnut were, a real human brother and sister that came from this person sitting out in the middle of the universe, out of their, phallus or out of their nose, right? He sneezed them or ejaculated them into existence, and they flew down and magically, like superhero, like created the planet. And so we have, that sounds foolish. When I lay it out like that, it has to sound foolish to you. The problem is, that's exactly what's happening when we have these biblical conversations, and it's Elohim means gods. Let's walk that down. So what you're saying is that at some point along the lines, we didn't only believe in one man living in the clouds. We believed in a whole bunch of them. We believed in a whole bunch of them. Again, the people that created the pyramid. See, we have to use solid, concrete proof, prima facie evidence of intelligence, so that we could compare today's level of intelligence, common sense, and reason and ability to deduce, deductive logic, and against yesterday's. And when we come to the conclusion that it's at least equal to what we have today, then some of these concepts seems ridiculous, right? And so we have to realize that we're translating multiple languages and using English. We're using English. So the only way to have a comparison between two languages is to translate them into what you got. So when you realize that the word Ntcheru, right? Ntcheru means forces, right? And you look up the term El or Elo, and you find out that it also means force, and Elohim is the plural. You realize that you missed the whole boat. You realize you missed the whole boat. Elohim and Ntcheru both mean forces. That's it. What I said earlier, straight over the plate. Just that simple. Right over the plate. Nothing complicated. It's so simple that you would look for more. It's so simple that you want there to be more almost. It's so simple that you want to complicate it. It's just the forces. It's just the forces that creates and sustains the most complex. Now, that's where complexity comes in with the living design. The complexity of forces comes in with the human design, and before the human design, the plant design, algae design, animal design, where you have millions and millions and millions of atoms come together to make molecules, and then millions of molecules come together to operate in one cell. And then trillions of cells come together to operate as a plant body or animal body or human. That's where complexity comes in. Complexity comes in when you have to merge all of the forces into one being, into one existence. So out of the many, there's one. The thing that we call life. Yeah, the thing that we call life, the thing that's animating all of us. It's there. It's in the phrase when you say the sum total of the parts, right? The total. I always mess that up. I don't know how I always butcher that phrase, right? But the total is worth more than the sum of the parts, right? Because each of the parts has a whole bunch of different energies and forces involved. And when you bring them together, right, those things create one cohesive thing, right? One cohesive thing.
Myron!
Ooh,
Myron!
what?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking-
called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
Right? So, when we get into masculine and plural, right? Masculine and plural, that does exist throughout these ancient languages. Masculine and plural, right? So you have force, and then you have the term power, which in today's English have slightly different context, but not in the Afro-Asiatic languages, not in the Semitic languages. In the Afro-Asiatic languages and the Semitic languages, powers, force or forces, masculine, feminine, duality, interchangeable. Interchangeable. We just have different contexts for them today, right? So we use them in different situations.
Myron!
Ooh,
Myron!
what?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking-
called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading?
So I hope we getting somewhere with that. Chloe. Chase, tell Chloe to bring me my hard drive. I hope we getting somewhere with that. Right? I hope we getting somewhere with that because we need to knock off the foolishness. Let me see if I need it. Oh no, I don't even need it. Okay. right, so let's dig in to this book a little bit. Let's dig into this book a little bit. Gracias, lady. All right, let's just take a quick look at some reference material. All right, so let's jump into the book real quick. Let's go into the book. Now, mind you, we're going to get into some anatomy and some stuff in a minute, but we got to go here for a second. We got to go here. You guys got to have this book. You need this book in your life. Right? Okay. According to Rabbi Joseph Hertz, the word's use in Genesis 1:1 indicates that God is a force or power that comprehends and unifies all the forces or powers of eternity and infinity. I think that's the easiest way for us to do it. It's one thing for me to tell you. It's another thing for me to compare myself to YouTubers. It's another thing for us to give you some sources and some references, right? It's another thing for us to give you some sources and some references. Let's go to the rabbis. What are the rabbis teaching? Right? What are the rabbis teaching in their private gatherings? What is their understanding of the word Elohim? Because when they deal with the Bible, they don't deal with the English Bible, right? They're reading the Torah in Hebrew. Now, they may read it twice. They may go through it in the Hebrew and then in the English if they got a bunch of people English in their synagogue, but they, trust me, they still with the Hebrew, right? Especially on holidays, right? Holy days, right? So this is what the rabbis are teaching. Elohim indicates that God is a force or power that comprehends and unifies all the forces or powers of eternity and infinity. I'm going to have to read that again, right? Because I want you to be able to see something, hear something, and then use deductive reasoning. If P, then Q, to go deeper, to grab deeper meaning for yourself. Right? To grab deeper meaning for yourself. Right? What is the holy grail of modern science? What are, since the time of Einstein, right? I can't even say since the time when Germany was on top of the world in terms of science, because they are still. Germany still runs the world because they run the science world, right? Even though it became unpopular to say that, but it just is what it is. Until they're knocked off their throne, all of the science that the world runs by, there are German scholars, like Einstein, right? And people think, no, Einstein wasn't German. Einstein is Jewish. Yeah, but Einstein's from Germany. Yeah, Einstein is from Germany. You had to do the math. You had to do your history, right? So the holy grail of modern science is the unifying theory, right? And there have been some good ones over the years, but as science develops, they fall apart, and you're still looking for a unifying theory, right? A unifying theory. And what is a unifying theory? A unifying theory is something to unify all known forces and sciences together in one smooth, easy formula, right? And that is the problem. The problem is you're trying to unify everything into a scientific formula, which is impossible to do. The reason being is because when you talk about real life is full of irregular numbers. irregular numbers, right? It's not duplicatable, irrational, right? That may be better. Irrational numbers, right? Not duplicatable, right? A human being, if a human being represented a number, that number would not be duplicatable because you cannot duplicate a human. Not possible. Even when they clone animals, those animals develop their own personalities, health problems, etc., etc. You can take a sheep, clone it into 10 sheep, and all of those 10 sheep will eventually create their own personalities, personas, attitudes, appetite preferences, diseases. They'll start from the same, but they will differentiate quickly, right? So you're trying to take a pool of individual non-duplicatable things and put them into a duplicatable model, which is not cohesive with living science, right? So you'll never really have a unifying, right? Outside of what your ancestors did, and that was God. The unifying force of all forces, right? In a living sense, right? In a living sense, right? As opposed to in a hypothetical sense. Because in a hypothetical sense, somebody will create an equation and the equation will work for a little while until we have some living experiences that don't fit the equation, then we got to throw the equation out, right? So I'm just going to read it one more time and we will move on, right? But I just wanted to sink in, right? Rabbi Joseph Hertz says about the term Elohim used in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Elohim indicates that God is a force or power that comprehends and unifies all the forces or powers of eternity and infinity. It's not just Elohim either. Powers is used as a masculine form of forces and vice versa. AncientHebrew.org. AncientHebrew.org says, who is the King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Psalms 24, verse 10. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel from everlasting and to everlasting. Psalms 41 and 13. In the first verse, the phrase Lord or host, let me let you keep that up there, which in Hebrew is Yahweh Tesvaot. The word Tesvaot is the plural of the word Sava, a feminine noun meaning force. When two nouns are placed together, they are in the construct state. Therefore, this phrase would be translated as Yahweh of the forces. In the second verse is the phrase Lord God, in which, or rather, which in Hebrew is Yahweh Elohim. The word Elohim means ones of power and authority, or simply powers. Again, this phrase consists of two nouns put together to form a construct and should be translated as Yahweh of the powers. So people that dedicate their entire life to the study of Hebrew, it's their first language, some of them. It's their first language. It's their primary source of income. It's their first language. It's their life, right? It's their culture. They're not teaching their, now mind you, those, let me say this. Those quotes are not for me and you. Those quotes are not for me and you. Those quotes are for their mothers, their sons, their daughters. Those quotes are for their people and their culture. They are not creating gobbledygook for their people and their culture. If you believe in the concept of the Goyim and this ain't that. This is something they made in-house. And they're teaching that these terms, forces, powers. Simple. Right over the plate. Everybody can get that. Not complicated. Right? I should note here again that the phrase Lord God not only ignores the Hebrew word Yahweh, which does not mean Lord, but also the construct nature of the phrase. In Hebrew grammar, two nouns put together always form a construct, usually identified in the English language with the word of. And to my knowledge, nowhere else in the Bible are two nouns not translated in the construct state. Notice that the two phrases Yahweh Tesvaot and Yahweh Elohim are synonyms, one using a feminine plural word meaning forces, the other a masculine plural word meaning powers. Also note that Yahweh is not the Tesvaot, but a part of it. Yahweh is a part of the forces, hence the usual translation of Lord of Hosts. In the same manner, Yahweh is not the Elohim, but a part of it, a part of the powers. But notice that while the translators will consistently use Lord of Hosts for Yahweh Tesvaot, they never use Lord of Powers for the phrase Yahweh Elohim. You will never ever see that. You're never going to be able to, you're never going to see that. What I just showed you, you're never going to see that anywhere for public consumption, but I guess here. Because this is how they're simplifying, making plain the language amongst their people. Because we got to remember, this is written by Hebrew-speaking people in the Greek language, translated back to Hebrew that we have now had to translate into English and then a different type of English and then multiple. The 1611 King James Bible, the English that's in that book, it doesn't even resemble the English that's in, like you could barely read that. The English is not even the same. The vocabulary, the words that we have the same type of words, but they're not even spelled the same. Some of the places where we use S's today, they use F's, and it just is totally different. So here we have the actual translation by the people who live this language, speak the. And here's the thing. When you look at today's Jewish people, you can argue whether this is their original culture or not. That's not a part of this conversation. Whether they adopted it, whether they stole it, whether they were born into it, whether they, however this is where we at. These are the actual terms, because when we read the Bible and have these crazy conversations and all this foolishness, we're using words we don't understand because we're dealing strictly with the English version of the book. You're using the English translation to try to debate Greek and Hebrew concepts. When if you go back to the Hebrew and translate it directly, it says something totally different. And the context is something totally different. It's not like an episode of X-Men. It's not like when you watch Thor and it's not that. in the neither world, and Thor got the hammer and his brother got the hit. Like, nah, this is not a superhero show. It's actual real science. If it wasn't real science, we would not be in the world we're in today, because the world we're in today was created on the backs and shoulders of our ancestors. And they did things that we can't even duplicate, which is why I have to keep referring you to the pyramids. All 12 of them. "12 pyramids?" Another conversation. It's not 3 pyramids in Egypt. It's 12, which creates a whole wider. Anyway. Forces, powers. Once we go and we translate the Hebrew correctly to forces and powers, now we see immediately there is no debate between the Comedic and the Hebrew. It's the same. Ntcheru is the Comedic word for forces and powers. Elohim is the Hebrew word for forces and powers. The same way the jet pillar is the Comedic term for the spine. So if we want to learn more about the Ntcheru, if we want to learn more about the Elohim, we can just study the forces and powers, because now we have more specificity, more transparency. So now we don't have to operate in so much of an anthropomorphized space to understand creation. We can get to the nature of light within reason, right? Within reason. Electromagnetism, magnetism, the force of spin, right? Today, the scientists are more comfortable calling it gravity, right? I'm not a gravity fan. I'm more comfortable with the force of spin. But if you want to say gravity, I say force of spin, tomato. We can just move on. Yeah, we can move on. But our ancestors, spin. That's why there's a Kepra, right? Kepra, because the dung beetle spins the ball of dung, right? Right? Spins waste into life, right? Spins waste into life. So that's a part of Kepra, right? And then you have the other beetle. You have 2 beetles. You have the dung beetle and you have the transformative beetle. The transformative beetle is after the transformation. So the transformation, there's the spin, and then there's the result of that, which is the transformative beetle, which gives off light, right? And we have 2 of those. We have the dung beetle and we have the firefly. The firefly is the transformative beetle. Fireflies are not flies, there's the beetles, right? And the reason why in the Comedic text it was special is because it's special amongst beetles. It gives off light, literally, bioluminescence, right? So once we translate the Hebrew back to forces and powers, it's over. Now we can get back to another space that we may be more comfortable having a conversation. Now we can get back to an atom. We can go back to the original atom, the hydrogen atom, right? We can go electron, proton. What keeps the electron and proton in a relationship? Whichever one you're comfortable with, right? We can go male or female, female or male. We can whichever one you're comfortable with, right? Electromagnetic power, electromagnetic force, right? And that bind, that relationship, that bond that the electron and the proton have, has a ceiling, right? Has a ceiling. So in that space, there's a potential energy, right? It is a kinetic energy, right? So you can add energy, which can break that bond and turn the potential into kinetic, right? And then you can form compounds and molecules and so on and so forth. The driving factor, right? At the base of science, chemistry, biochemistry, and then physics to try to figure out the science of the larger stuff, right? And then now we have quantum to go beneath chemistry. Quantum deals with this strictly, right? Quantum is trying to get understanding here.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Man, nobody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on things. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on things, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing.
Friends expecting me to buy back.
Okay. So let's look at the blue letter Bible. Let's look at the blue letter Bible. Because the blue letter Bible, for some people, is an authority. Not for me. just put that on record. But, you know, we go to the rabbis and we go to, you know, some Hebrew websites and, you know, we go to blue letter Bible. It's cool. Right? It's cool. Connected with the personal and covenant name Yahweh, there is found frequently the word Sabaoth. Invariably in the Old Testament, it is translated host. But in the New Testament, it is transliterated twice, both in Greek and English. The passage in Roman is a quotation from Isaiah chapter 1, verse 9 through the Septuagint, which does not translate, but transliterates the Hebrew. Origin and meaning are uncertain. It is used of heavenly bodies and earthly forces. We're just gonna let that marinate right there. We're just going to let that marinate for a second. That is the reason why we have, and we're trying to go in order with our concepts so that we can build understanding as we're moving forward, right? So that we can build understanding as we're moving forward. And like in jiu-jitsu, they taught us, you know, sometimes you got to close the distance. Distance is good because you always want to, like, the best violence is no violence, right? The best solution to violence is escaping and not having to fight over, right? But if the go down has to go down, you want to be able to safely close the distance, right? So what we do with the books is we try to close the distance between us and knowledge, between the information, right? So as we're teaching, as we're going along, we want to make sure that everybody is kind of abreast of certain ideas and concepts. So this is why workbook number 4. If you do not have Comedic Naturopathy workbook number 4, Astronomy, I strongly recommend you go ahead right now to Amazon. Whoop, put this in your cart. Check out. Y'all know the saying. Put that in your cart. Check out. Right? Very important. Right? Because that's what the whole entire science of astronomy is built on. Learning how the heavenly bodies generate the forces and powers that act to facilitate life on Earth. So this was, to distinguish, to explain the differences between forces, and they use traits of people, traits of animals, right? And dressed up the different forces. And well, this force is more dangerous. So this is like a, like a segment type of, this is a unstable, this might, so they could put it in the context of the story. And the problem is when we forget and we start to think that these are people, we forget forces and powers. We forget these very same forces and powers that come from the heavenly bodies, that are the earthly forces and powers here, is what's running through your veins, your nerves. That's what makes your soul or your consciousness or your mind. So we can't really get to certain spaces in the health conversation without this. You excited about herbs and you want to learn more about herbs. This is learning more about herbs. Because you have to understand what gives a plant its healing qualities. Why does one plant have healing qualities that another plant does not? It's these forces and powers. Where was that plant? Where did that plant originate? Right? We can go to the soil is different everywhere. Check. Mineral content, check. Water is different, check. Water amount, check. But what is the most important thing that's going to affect the difference of that plant? The sun and the earth. The energies from the earth acting underground, the energies from the sun and the stars above ground. That's why there's some plants that grow at different times of the year. Different times of the year, different forces and powers are present. And depending on the forces and powers that are present will determine if that seed can even blossom, if that seed can even turn into a plant. Right? Okay. Let's go back. Right? Let's go back. Let's read that again. Blue Letter Bible. Connected with the personal and covenant name Yahweh, there is found frequently the word Sabaoth. Invariably in the Old Testament, it is translated host, but in the New Testament, it is transliterated twice, both in the Greek and English. The passage in Roman is a quotation from Isaiah chapter 1, verse 9 through the Septuagint, which does not translate, but transliterates the Hebrew. Origin and meaning are uncertain. Why does it say origin and meaning are uncertain? Because it comes from Kemet. It is used of heavenly bodies and earthly forces. of the army of Israel, of the heavenly beings, it is probable that the title is intended to include all created agencies and beings of which Yahweh is maker and leader. The next major meaning of Elohim is as a reference to any of the supernatural forces through which God operates in this world. We'll read that one more time. The next major meaning of Elohim is as a reference to any of the supernatural forces through which God operates in this world. None of these kochat, which is another term for supernatural forces, has any free will, including angels, but merely act as an extension of God. Let me explain that really quick. When you talk about a force, right, not having free will, that is more anthropomorphized griot talk, right? That is more anthropomorphization. So it makes it more confusing. Or to people that are confused in the context, it further solidifies their confusion, right? Because when you say free will is an animal or human trait, right? So you're superimposing that on a force. But what does science do? Science says the same exact thing, but they address it from the opposite side, right? Like you got a coin has heads and tails. So in a religious space, what they're going to say is the force does not have free will. What science is going to say is that this is a universal constant. That is the same exact term. They're saying the same thing. The universal constant, like light, 186,400, speed of light, whoop, universal constant. So in science space, if I say the speed of light is a universal constant, boom, it's all wise, right, and exact. If I say that same thing with a religious or spiritual overtone, even though I'm saying the same thing, I'm going to be challenged and critiqued as if I'm saying something that's light doesn't have free will. Light doesn't have free will. It can't just, because it sounds weird. It sounds like how you putting that together. It's like you putting spaghetti on, it's like you putting ketchup on breakfast cereal. It's like you putting ketchup on breakfast cereal, right? It just don't seem right. Like you're not supposed to do that. Like, what are you, like like people come from America, they go visit Europe and they see people put mayo on their French fries. They're like, yo, what are you doing? What is that? But if you hang out in sports bars, right? You hang out in sports bars, you throw ranch on the chicken and get on the fries. You after the chicken going, you start dipping the fries into the leftover ranch. It's different. It look like it don't belong, but same thing. Saying something is a universal constant means it's unchanging. It does not have the ability to change itself. Free will means I can decide to do something else. I can walk, fast. I can run fast. I can walk slow. Free will. Light, constant. Doesn't have free will. Same thing. You see, we let words, because sometimes we're not, kind of well-rounded in different spaces. So we let the words throw us off. It's the same thing. Universal constant is speaking like from the positive side. The religious part is speaking from the restrictive side because they want to put more juice on the unifying force or the force of all forces, right? So the force of all forces has consciousness. It has free will. The other forces are bound to the will of they're subordinate to the will of the most high force, right? It's no different. It's no different than talking about how the electromagnetic force or this, that, and the other is bound to time and space, right? Or bound to spin or gravity, right? All right. So all the fuss comes down to this guy. This guy right here. This is it. This is the big show. This is your L. This is your L. Right? Geometry. We could do that. Right? Oh, y'all can't see that on the screen. I'll make those dots bigger. Right? Geometry, we can do that, or we can do like the little, you know, like that. It's your L. Lamed. Lamed. Right? And don't believe for 1 second that English is not based on the Hebrew. You just may not be able to see the connections. They may not be so visible, but they're there. Think about it. God's number is what? 26. Like just, it's metal Ntcheru. Right? We start there, right? But that's not for the people, right? Then we have a language of the people, right? We have a script for the people, which is secret. We didn't bust open the code on that, right? And then from that comes, from the mother of all Afro-Asiatic languages comes now Arabics and Hebrews and Phoenicians and all these other, right? So when you think about the number of God in the Bible, 26, it's not a coincidence that the English alphabet has 26 letters. That's not a coincidence. Just in case you thought that was a coincidence. Like, wait a minute. It is 26 letters. Hey, you know, you might be on to something with that. It's not a might. These are facts. That's why there are 26 letters in the alphabet. There are 26 letters in the English alphabet because 26 is the number of God. All right? I mean, we got 2 American rappers, right? We got 2 American rappers that made $1 billion rapping, right? Hova and Ye. Yehovah. Listen, I'm telling you, there's a lot less happenstance going on than you think. That's why Drake is suing UMG, because he's like, ho. Nah, we getting ready to make the hidden hand public. We getting ready to make the hidden hand public.
Myron!
Ooh,
Myron!
what?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about with am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking
called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? And all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you. No, I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't nothing. No.
Yo, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. Your animals to the shit.
Now, let me show you something. Let's jump over real quick. I want you to go, if you don't have these, go to Amazon, put these in your cart and check out, right? These are the family chemistry books, not because it's like these are books about getting along with your family. It's not about relationships in that sense. It's family chemistry because you're supposed to study these books with your family, right? Words are nice and big and really, really big, really well spaced so that, you know, old folks don't have a problem reading them and young folks don't have a problem with understanding them, right? So these are for the family to go through, but these are important in this context, right? It's important in this context. So I want to go through a couple of different things so we can see some of the ideas. Oh, wow. Wow, that's super simple right there. That's super simple right there. Look, it's super simple right here for you to see the concept or for it to hit home a little bit more, right? Look at that. This right here, this number right here should clarify anything that you're confused about thus far. Because we went to the rabbis, we went to the Hebrew websites, we went to the Blue Letter Bible, which is like the new authority of all authority for Christians and Israelites and Catholics, and right? But if we're talking about the heavenly bodies and the earthly forces, no one number symbolizes that more than this one does. This should make it plain for you, like super plain, right? Because this number represents that whole unification. If there's a unification, this might be it right here. This number right here might be the grand unification theory of all forces right here. Boop. 7.365. Right? Because we have what? We have the days in a week and we have the days in a year. Right? But this is your blood pH. This is your blood pH. Your blood pH just so happens to be, when you're healthy, when your blood is healthy, 7.365. That's what a healthy pH is supposed to be. Now, you could be a little bit under that. You could be a little bit over that. But you get too high over that and you're going into alkalosis. You go too high or too far under that, you're going into acidosis. So this is the perfect space for homeostasis right here. This is the perfect pH, 7.365. This is what ma'at looks like in your blood. 7 is neutral. 7 is neutral. 7 is neutral, right? Just above 7 means that it's very slightly into the alkaline space. But technically, you don't really get into the alkaline space till you get from 8 until 14, right? On a pH scale, from 8 to 14 is considered alkaline. From 1 to 6 is considered acid. 7, neutral. Ma'at, Switzerland, right? Balance. 7.365 is where your blood is supposed to be. Just so happens that there's 7 days in a week and 365 days in a year. Heavenly bodies exerting the forces, right? Heavenly bodies, the sun and the other planets, mind you, they're all a part of why we have 7 days in a week and 365 days in a year. They're all a part of that, right? The sun is the major conductor to the orchestra, but all of the heavenly bodies are playing a role in this, right? But it just so happens to be your blood pH. Now, what is your blood pH consisting of internally? Well, most people, because we listen into either Dr. Sebi or another health guru, we believe that food is the thing that's most impinging, the strongest determining factor of your blood pH. It is not. It is not. It's not food. The strongest determining factor of your blood pH is gas. This is the strongest determining factor. The primary gases, right? Oxygen, CO2, carbon dioxide, and then we're going to throw nitrogen up in there. Right? There ain't no nitrogen in it. Yes, it is. You got nitric oxide. Right? These are the biggest players when it comes to your pH. Oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitric oxide. And then behind these guys is still not food. Behind these guys is still not food. Behind these guys is muscle activity. This is number one. And then number two is going to be muscle activity. Because muscle activity is going to determine food. So muscle activity is going to be higher on the food, up the food chain than food. So it's going to be gases and then it's muscle. And these two are more primarily related. The muscle activity is determining the food activity in a healthy body. In an unhealthy body, the food activity determines the muscle activity, and that's where disease comes in. Your environment right here. Where you live at? In a place where you got more cars than trees and grass? You got more greens than you got more greenhouse emissions than actual greens? That's going to change your respiration, which is the most important thing to your biochemistry, your neurochemistry, all of the health sciences. It starts with Nefer, the windpipe in the heart, your cardiovascular system, right? Including your respiratory system in the cardiovascular system, right? That's how they did it in Kemet. They didn't separate cardiovascular and respiratory the way we do, right? Nefer, windpipe, heart, right? So obviously, if you're in an environment, right, where there's more greens than greenhouse emissions, the oxygen content, it's much easier for you to keep your blood pH. Now, what happens if you have poor quality of air around you and or poor quality of food? Well, the blood has to rely on the mucous membrane and the bones. So the quality of your air impinges on the quality of your bones. Yeah, the better air you breathe, the stronger your bones are. Without exercise included. So I'm just giving you an example of how there are a lot of, and we can go deeper, right? Because this is blood pH. And we talk about blood pH, we're talking about potential hydrogen or power of hydrogen. So now you're getting into the exchange of acids and alkalines, which is kind of the conversation we already have, right? But you can go deeper and more minute into negative ions and positive ions and electrons and protons, and we can go all the way back to the very first atom, right? Hydrogen atom, electron-proton relationship. Blood pH, right? So, just saying, this is some of the conversations that we're having in this family chemistry book series, right? pH is a measure of acid and alkaline. Acid is defined as substances that either donate protons or absorb electrons. pH stands for power potential hydrogen. Hydrogen is made of one electron and one proton. This is the origin of acid and alkaline. Think of electrons as life, love, and support. In the world of atoms, you will have people around you that will steal your ideas but won't repost them. Ask for handouts but won't help you build your business. Those are toxic relationships to need to change solutions. In the world of atoms, the power and or potential of hydrogen is everything. Hydrogen is made of one proton and one electron. If a substance is donating protons and absorbing electrons, it's acidic, right? If it's a taker and not a giver, it's acidic. Consider it to be a substance that can steal time from your life account. If a substance is donating electrons and absorbing protons, right? If a person is giving you solutions and removing obstacles from your life, right? That's an alkaline or base, right? Consider it to be a substance that can deposit time into your life account. The world of acid-alkaline reactions is huge in chemistry. In the world of atoms, it would be compared to a vibe, right? So what we do is we try to compare or use comparisons, analogies between atoms, A-T-O-M, and atoms, A-D-A-M, right? The world of people socializing to make the world of atoms socializing easier to understand, because that's all chemistry is how atoms socialize, right? How atoms form bonds, relationships with each other, right? When atoms form bonds, those are called compounds or molecules, right? And then atoms break up. Yeah, they break up. And sometimes it's a smooth breakup, right? It's not much energy there. They just break up quietly. And sometimes it's crazy, right? It's a Kanye breakup. That's a huge exothermic reaction, right? When they break up, there's a lot of energy involved, right? The world of atoms and the world of atoms. As above, so below, right? So we walk through a lot of these comparisons just to make it simple, right? And there's a few, this is a series, right? This is a series, so that way you can have, right? This is a series. This is a series of books, so that way we can make plain a lot of complex concepts, right? You can really see God in your life every day in everything that you do, right? But then your children can have a jump start in school because the concepts are only confusing in school because they're dead. They're dry. There's no juice on them. They can't make it make sense. But when you get different relationships, you know, ionic bonding, you know, covalent bonding, right? When you, different types of relationships, right? When you bullied into a relationship versus when you mutually form a relation, you know, yeah, same thing is happening in chemistry, right? So we also give some examples. Battery acid, right? So you understand that scale. Like we're talking about from 1 to 6 is acid, from 8 to 14 is alkaline. Understanding that scale is important because a lot of people talk about alkalines and acids indiscriminately and they don't really get it, right? Battery acid, pH of 1, under 1. Your stomach acid also has a pH of 1. Your stomach acid has to be between 1 and 2 in order for you to be healthy. If you are consuming so much alkaline that you raise the pH of your stomach will not be able to break down the fruits, vegetables, herbs, and, you know, $15 smoothies that you're putting into it. You know, the high dollar nutrition you putting in there, your stomach won't be able to break it down. So your stomach has to be acidic. And then after your stomach does its thing and breaks everything down, that's when the pancreas come into play. And the pancreas puts the alkaline juices on there to alkalize everything that's coming out your stomach before it goes any further. So I'm not telling you, oh, yeah, your body turns all food into acid. No. Your body turns all food into acid to break it down, right? Because your body uses atoms. Your body uses atoms. Your body uses everything in its atomic state, ionic state. So your body has to break down whatever you put into it into its finest stage. And then after the stomach, the pancreas come in, alkalize everything, and now it's ready for further metabolism, right? That's the digestion right there, the breaking down, right? But once the pancreas step in, boop, that's why if you got a problem with your pancreas, you're going to have a problem with everything because your pancreas is 2 organs in one or 2 glands in one. Not only does it make the insulin for your muscles to metabolize glucose, but it makes the alkaline so you could digest or metabolize the food at the large. Remember, as above, so below. The pancreas handles the macrocosm of food and the microcosm of food. So when you digest the food the first time, the pancreas secretes a substance so your body can metabolize it. After that process happens and it goes all through the blood and the liver and everywhere, and now it's time to really finally metabolize it into energy, your pancreas again secretes another substance for your muscles to be able to do that. But anybody that has issues with insulin, they also have issues with digestion. They go hand in hand because it's the same gland that's handling digestion macro and digestion micro, right? So we got to get these concepts, right? You folks drinking that vinegar, apple cider vinegar has a pH of 2. So let's just stop right there. Depending on how it's cut, because apple cider vinegar is like dope. Yeah, if it's not cut right, it's deadly. Right? And then we go through, we just give some more examples, right? Buffalo milk has a pH of 6, you know, just for anybody who needs to hear that. Ammonia is between 11 and 13, very alkaline. Bleach is even more alkaline, right? It's at the top. 14, bleach is as alkaline as you can get, right? All right, so, all right. So we walk through, and I just want to give you an idea. Let me see. Kemet, Floyd, blah, blah, blah. Spectroscopy, chemistry. Oh, this is it right here. This is it right here. Let me see. This is the one I'm looking for. I'm like, this is it right here. Like, you know what I'm looking for. Okay. Introduction. Love. Okay. So atoms and atoms. Inspiration, spirit, conspire, desperation. Okay. Matter is composed of pure energy, just like music. We're on page 20. Atoms of Self-Development book. This is in the Family Chemistry series. Matter is composed of pure energy, just like music. So we can stop right there. We can stop right there. We could take a breather right there. We could rest right there. Now we get to refer back for a second. We just pause for a second. We just let that sink in for a second. We just let that sink in for a second. That's why you have to have this family chemistry book series. Like, it's a book series of its own. Yeah, it's its own book series. You got to get it's his own book series. You have to have these, though. Very important. Matter is composed of energy. Now, in the scientific setting, that is all wise, right, and exact. You will get no challenge from any scientists, professors, doctors. Nobody's going to challenge that. You say matter is composed of energy. Boop. If you say that same thing with different words, and you get into your religious space and you say, oh yeah, Elohim, it gets crazy. Immediately, once you add in Elohim, things get crazy. Right? Well, Yahweh, God, science said the same thing. They use different words. Words you're more comfortable with. Words that are closer to your colonization. See, you were colonized by the English. I want that to sink in. I want that to sink in. Because you know what I just said, but you might not know what I just said. You were colonized by the English. I want that to sink in. We're going to let that sink in for a minute. You were colonized by the English. Wait, is that an entendre? Did he just hit us with one of them Bronx bars? Did he just hit us with an entendre? You were colonized by the English. What is he saying? Is that the... Is he talking about people? No. The people facilitated the colonization, but you were colonized by the language. You were colonized by the language. So everything that's not your language centric, everything that's not English centric, we immediately put a dunce cap on it. Yeah. If somebody comes to America from China or Africa or Brazil, and they got like, they might have been in college for 25 years. They got like 5 PhDs. When they get to America, they in McDonald's. They working at Best Buy. They're working wherever you are working with a GED. Because when they get here, they're going to go, oh, yeah, that ain't none of that in English. Yeah, we don't respect none of that. Unless you got something from Oxford or one of them colleges in England, right? If you went to England, oh yeah, those credits, yeah, those are transferable credits from, yeah, you can, yeah, we recognize that. But you went to where? Bangs, oh yeah, that's none of that's transferable here. What you need to do with those is take your butt on back to Brazil or Africa or China and maximize your degrees over there. Yeah, because over here, that's not recognized. You got to go back to school and start from scratch. Why? Language. The problem with translating from spirituality to health sciences or science in general. Language. Matter is composed of pure energy, just like music. Physics. Chemistry is the branch of science that deals with the identification of the substances of which matter is composed, the investigation of their properties and the ways in which they interact, combine, and change, and the use of these processes to form new substances, the complex emotional or psychological interaction between two people. Physics, the branch of science concerned with the nature and properties of matter and energy. The subject matter of physics, distinguished from that of chemistry, biology, and chemistry and biology, includes mechanics, heat, light, and other radiation, sound, electricity, magnetism, and the structure of atoms. So again, matter is made of energy, and energy is the fuel that makes matter do stuff. Matter is made out of energy, and then you have to feed matter more energy in order for matter to do whatever it's supposed to do. Whatever it's supposed to do. It has something that it does, right? When you put it together, it has a thing that it's supposed to do. Whatever that thing is that it's supposed to do, it needs energy to continuously do that thing, right? Whatever that is, right? Like humans, we have free will within reason. We don't have the ability to decide to not be living, right? So we have to do what humans do. We're locked into doing what humans do. The beautiful thing is that we have a lot of things to choose from, right? We can even make up some new stuff, right? But we're kind of locked in. Still, multiple choice is not really a choice, right? So we walk through understanding how to read the basics of the periodic table and the relationships of all the atoms so that we can walk up from the world of energy. Just take a walk, stroll it down, right? We can start with waves, right? Protons, electrons, waves, right? Because these are subatomic particles, so waves. This is why when you deal with subatomic particles, you also have to include what? The theory of uncertainty, right? Because, right? Same with in the spiritual space, when we talking about God, certain things you can't know. You can't see the face of God. Like certain phrases are spiritually saying the same. It's uncertainty. It's uncertainty. If we say uncertainty as a scientific principle, theorem, we straight, we good. If we start to say you can't see the face of God, then somebody is they're gonna play with you with that. Oh, well, you can't even get to know your God because you can't see his face and you can only see his back. No. You talk about forces and powers. So you can't completely understand these forces, right? But you can see the results of them. That's what that means. You can't see his face, you can see his back. It's an anthropomorphization, it's an analogy, it's a metaphor, right? It's not to say that God is a person and you can't look in his face or he's gonna, unalive you and like that's not that. Seeing face to face is like eye to eye. It's like total understanding. Right? Okay. Hopefully we make it. All right. So hopefully you got that. Right? Hopefully that's making sense. Right? Hopefully that's making sense. Right? Hopefully that's making sense. Try to clarify this thing. You need to understand Christ. Like, what, EnQi? Christ? What is you? How is you so comfortable with saying Christ in a scientific conversation? I have a good relationship with Christ. All right. So let's go over here. No, let me do this over here. Let's go quantum mechanics, or let's just go quantum. Right? Let's go quantum. Let's go chemistry. Let's go biochemistry. Let's go physics. Right? And then over here, let's go spin / gravity. Right? Let's go. How should we do this? We go strong, nuclear, weak nuclear. All right, what else we got? We got electric. We got magnetic. And then we got electromagnetic, right? Those are your primary forces. Right? That's your primary forces. Yeah. Yeah, that's your primary forces. Right? We'll just throw a question mark next to electromagnetic, right? But that's your primary forces. Right? Well, if you have a word, if you just have a word or one term or maybe a couple of words or terms, right? How would you describe these things in another language? Right? How would you describe them? And these are just the basics, right? Because then you can go from here and get into manifestations of these things, right? And we know these forces manifest in our world through what we know of as the periodic table, right? So we don't get to water unless we go hydrogen and oxygen. But we know hydrogen is different from oxygen because hydrogen has, one proton, one electron, whereas oxygen has 8 protons, 8 electrons, and 8 neutrons. Something that hydrogen doesn't even have at all. Hydrogen doesn't have neutrons, which is the reason why I was confused in school off the rip. As a child, I'm in school like, wait, so is hydrogen is not an atom? Is hydrogen not an atom? Like, how? Didn't you say that an atom consists of protons, neutrons, electrons? Okay, so if there's no neutrons, then it's not an atom, right? Well, it didn't start to sound like that guy West with, Elohim is not plural gods, but sometimes it is plural. Confusion, right? So how would you describe this stuff, right? You have like primary gods, and then you got like lesser gods, right? Or maybe you would use another terminology where you'd have primary gods and then emissaries, right? Angels, messengers of the gods, right? Demigods even, right? You might have gods and then demigods, right? You need to be able to see how we can pierce the veil of time and language so that we could get to the truth of what our ancestors were doing, what they were teaching, right? The things that they left us, the jewels they left us. Right now, we digging. Right now, we digging. Right? We mining for jewels, right? Right? And we have to do that. We have to get through the dirt to find the jewels. The dirt right now is the language differences. We got a lot of language barriers. And then within the confines of language barriers, we have time. Because even languages themselves change over time. The Hebrew speaking today is definitely not the biblical Hebrew. It's close because there's some biblical Hebrew in the roots of what we have, but there's like a lot of Yiddish and other terms that, it's just different. It's different. Right? So let's take this another direction. Pun intended. Another direction. Right? Let's go another direction with this. Because now you have another definition. Right? Now you have another definition. What you mean, Doc? That's another definition. Right? So El not only means force or power, but also direction. Right? To pull or push something towards something. Right? Direction. And it's easy to connect these. Right? It's easy to connect these. A force or power creating direction. Yeah. That's simple. But you got to go through these to see how these things connect. Your connection with God, right, as you move closer towards, right, towards is a direction. To move towards a thing or to move to a thing is a direction. There is a force bringing you towards whatever you're moving towards. You're moving closer towards death. You're moving closer towards jail. You're moving closer towards death, sickness. There's a force pulling you towards that. Attraction. Yeah. Attraction, repulsion. Forces. Opposite forces. Right? So when you're studying, you're moving closer towards God through repetition, through study. Right? The information is giving you direction in life. Right? Which is another way you see masonry come in, right? Because masonry talks about what? A large portion of masonry is moral compass. Moral compass. That's in the word L. The Masonic understanding of the compass comes from the word L. The reason being is because it's the same group that created Masonry and created Hebrew at the same time. Prior to Akhenaten, right, it was big stones people used to build. Akhenaten came, and because he had the moving society, they came up with the small bricks that we have used today. Small bricks. You can put the things together like that. That was Akhenaten's innovation to create a Masonic society of brick builders. Do your homework. So, force, direction, moral compass. Right? Think about it like this. We can go knowledge, right? Right? Whether we go information, data, knowledge, synonymous with light. Right? This is another Masonic biblical cross-reference. Right? In Masonry, light is synonymous with wisdom, knowledge, experience, information. In the Bible, light is synonymous with knowledge, wisdom, experience, right? Enlightenment, right? How is light measured? Light is measured in what? Degrees. So when we get into the nitty gritty, right, and we talk about this changing of the guard that happens with Akhenaten. We talk about this changing of the guard that happens. changing of the guard, right? Even the ancient term, right? Even the ancient term, right? For people that joined mystery schools or secret societies or whatever the case may be, right? That also comes from Akhenaten. To be a disciple, that term comes from Akhenaten. You just don't know it. See, this right here is the I-10. This right here, Ipel, right? This means tied to, rope, or thread. So this is the origin of the word disciple. This is the origin of the word, right? So I will, if you know, I'll leave the rest of that to you. Yeah. I'll leave the rest of that to you. If you know, right? Disciple, right? But it starts here with Aten, the disk, the sun disk, right? Starts with Aten, right? So this is where certain things are hidden in plain sight. This is where certain things are hidden in plain sight. And I know we got to get to the Djed pillar. I know some. I know you're like, oh, EnQi, we got to get to the Djed pillar. Okay. I just want to show you the things that's hidden in plain sight. Right? I want to show you these things that's hidden in plain sight so you know why you need to sign up to the monthly on the Patreon, why you need to support the website, why you need to hit the Amazon, support the books, why you need to hit the Cash App, Super Chat, why you need to support, why you need to subscribe. Why should you like this video? Why should you take clips and add it onto your social media page and promote it on your social media page? Like, that's what you got to start doing, people. We got to get this out there, right? Because there are things that's hidden in plain sight, right? Now, iron, right? We can start with iron, right? Let's start with iron. Iron is not from Earth. Iron is not from Earth. Iron is from outer space. Iron is from heavenly bodies, right? Iron doesn't grow here. The iron from here came from somewhere else, right? Iron on the periodic table is number 26. That's iron, right? Iron is the piece with the magnetic. Iron is the piece with the magnetic. Iron is only special because of its magnetic what? Force. I want y'all to say that at your house at the same time. Iron is special because of its magnetic force, right? Iron is special because of its magnetic force, right? I want y'all to know what y'all going to get, right? Make sure y'all know what y'all going to get. This is what y'all going to get. All of this, what we're talking about, is in this book, right? So I want y'all to make sure y'all know what y'all going to get. Matter of fact, let me see. Here we go. Right? Iron is only special because of its magnetic force. Iron is distinguished by the subatomic forces that make it up, right? The number 26 tells us how many protons, how many neutrons, how many electrons there are associated with iron, right? It's the density of subatomic particles and their forces that makes up iron. So that's where the number 26 is. It's not an arbitrary number. They didn't just, like throw out the periodic table, all of the elements on the table, and then they just start doing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not how it goes. It's the forces and the powers associated with each atom that distinguishes its atomic number, its weight, etc., etc., etc. Right? Notice that even atoms have human-like qualities, right? Okay. Now, could we be alive without this? No, because this is the most important thing in your blood. So, no atom, right? I mean, no iron, then we don't get to have this, the 7.365. Because the iron has magnetic force, and the magnetic force is the thing stabilizing the gases in the blood. The magnetic force is stabilizing the gases in your blood. So you go, wait a minute. No, this is some old magneto. No. Your heart is magnetic. It's the most magnetic thing that you have in your body. Your heart is also the piece with the magnetic, right? And now you have oxygenated blood in circulation in your body, and you also have deoxygenated blood in circulation in your body, right? It is in what I'm getting ready to explain to you about the blood real quick is in a book. You got to have these books, right? Like, EnQi, you always take time to find these books. Yes, I do. Because people will ask me questions that they can instead go get the book and answer. All right? Music to my ears. Right? The Heartbeat book. Music to my ears. In this book, we explain in detail with references the magnetic system of your blood. Because you might be looking up something and you might be reading something 50 years, 100 years ago that ain't up to date. So up to date science tells us that the brain is a powerful magnet. That's why we use MRI machines on it, right? But that the heart is a zillion times more magnetic than the brain. The heart's magnetic field on average extends to feet, feet outside, meters outside the body. Some of us stronger than others, right? Like, wait, does that sound like aura? Did he just say that aura is real science? Focus, right? So I want you to understand something. I think I need to pull this up. I think I'm going to have to pull this up. Yeah, I'm going to have to pull this up. Because if I tell y'all that scientists use the weighing of the heart ceremony to understand blood, you're going to think it's just EnQi just freestyling, making up stuff. So let me just pull this up. Because that's the beauty. That's the beauty, the way we see when you get these books have a lot of scientific references. We don't leave anything up to chance, right? Because I know when I say the blood is magnetic and the iron is magnetic, oh, my children done already. Dad, I went to school and they said that the iron in the blood is not magnetic. Why every time I get out, they pull me back in? Like, why these teachers want me to? Now you go to school and in fact, here, give me your phone. Now, when you go to school, you give this to your teacher and ask your teacher to read this to the class after they said out loud that the blood system is not a magnetic system. Ask them to read this whole thing. Yeah, just come back from school. Dad, that was exciting, Dad. I never seen my teacher eat her words like that. That was good. Now you create an interest in science in your children. Like, oh wow, that was powerful right there. Did I just beat up my teacher? Like, let me show you this. Let me pull this up for you, just so we can see. Now you want to get the book so we can go through the details, and it's a lot of other information you need in here. But let me just pull this up. Okay, now let me see. Is this the one? Okay, here we go. We got some work here. Let's go to the content. I got the content. Okay, now let's take a look at this right here. All right, let's take a look at this right here. You see that? You see that right there? This is important to see right here too. Look at that, the date. So that means before the year 2015. Before the year 2015, listen to what I'm telling you. Modern science did not know this information. Now, this information helped me to heal my daughter. And her accident happened before this information was known to the public. But how did I get my hands on the information? Because I was studying the Comedic naturopathy. Because, and see, this is something that the goof troop, they told me I was pseudo making this up. Listen, they said I was making this up because I said that none of these Comedic scholars knows anything about the weighing of the heart ceremony, right? You have the feather on one side. Take mine in there too. All right. You have the feather on one side, and then you have the heart on the other side. Well, you can't figure out the weighing of the heart ceremony if you don't understand that the heart is magnetic. If you don't understand the heart is magnetic, then you don't understand that the feather on the other scale is referring to electricity. So you're measuring electricity versus magnetism, which is science, right? These are the fundamental forces. Hello. Is this thing on? Let me just make sure this thing. You all the way in the back there. Yeah, you all the way in the back there. The fundamental forces is on the weighing of the heart ceremony. Electric, magnetic. The fundamental forces that act through you, make you alive. Electric, magnetic, right? So when I'm studying weighing and heart ceremony, I'm like, no. This is talking about electricity and magnetism and your body, your bones and your joints and your tendons. This is a system of levers. Like he don't know what he's talking about. I'm like, bro, I'm telling you, this old school. And I learned that. I'm like, no, this is from martial arts. Yeah, martial arts comes from Kemet. And I'm showing them the walls. Like, no, this is system of levers and leverage. That's what martial arts is about. That's how a little weak person could beat up a big, stronger person because they're using leverage. Yeah, that's why you see the little Japanese people flip you over. Yeah, they're using leverage. They don't have they can flip over a heavy person, but they can't go to the gym and lift that weight. Why? Because in the gym, that's dead weight. When you're dealing person to person, they're using torque and leverage, right? So when you look at the weighing of the heart scale, the scale is a system of levers, right? And you're looking at magnetism and electricity controlling the movement of the levers, the same way magnetism and electricity control the movement. So I'm already hip because I learned, listen, my pops was a hustler. Harlem, right? Son, if you can cut out the middleman, so I'm going straight to the plug. That's why we back in Kemet. I'm going straight to the plug. Let me show you something, though. Because you think I'm playing, right? So here's the scientific journal, right? Here's the scientific journal, 2015. Now, this also, when you see this date, 2015, that means before 2015, they didn't know about this. So if you get a textbook or you talk to a doctor that graduated from school before 2015, they don't know about this. This wasn't in the curriculum, right? So now, let's read this abstract. 2 articles published by Pauling and Coryell in PNAS nearly 80 years ago describe in detail the magnetic properties of oxy and deoxy hemoglobin, as well as those of closely related compounds containing hemes. All right. What are closely related compounds? Okay, for the people in the back, hemoglobin is the pigment that makes up your blood cell, right? Hemoglobin, when they say closely related hemes, they're talking about the electron transport chain in your mitochondria, right? So if you hear people talking about mitochondria and all this is what they're talking about, right? So we all on the same page, right? So we close the distance, knowledge gap, right? Okay. Their measurements revealed a large difference in magnetism between oxygenated and deoxygenated forms of the protein. And along with consideration of the observed diamagnetism of the carbon monoxide derivative, led to an electronic structural formulation of oxyhemoglobin. The key role of hemoglobin as the main oxygen carrier in mammalian blood has been established earlier, and its allosteric behavior had been described in the 20s. The Pauling Coryell articles on hemoglobin represent truly seminal contributions to the field of bioorganic chemistry because they are the first to make connections between active site electronic structure and the function of a metalloprotein. Okay. Just to make that last part clear, right? Between the active site electronic structure, right? On each one of your blood cells, you have 4 little spots, right? And each one of those 4 spots is a receptor for iron. And once an iron goes there, 1 atom of iron, right? So each blood cell can have 4 atoms of iron. Boop, 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 boop. And once the iron goes there, that spot now becomes an oxygen receptor. So once you have 4 pieces of iron in there, now that blood cell can hold 4 atoms of oxygen. Got it? 4, right? 4 is the repeated number, right? Okay. Now, let me show you. Let's just skip down. Pauling and Coyle confirmed earlier findings that oxygenated as well as carbon monoxide forms of hemoglobin were diamagnetic, but discovered that deoxygenated protein was magnetic, having 4 unpaired electrons of ferrous per ferrous atom. Wait a minute. So do you get that? You need this. You need this. See, people talking about anemia and all this other crazy stuff. You don't even understand how your blood works. Okay? This is the mystery. Figured out. Solved. Right now, I'm going to show you the Comedic, but I'm going to just give you the science why they praising them. This is seminal work. This is amazing. This is a monumental discovery. The heart is magnetic, right? When you oxygenate blood, it becomes diamagnetic, right? What that means is it repels, right? It repels. So oxygenated blood, it repels away from magnetism, right? So it shoots away from the heart. The heart is magnetic. When the blood gets oxygenated, it's repelled from the heart. So that propels it to go through your circulatory system. As it loses the oxygen, it becomes magnetic. So what happens to it? It's pulled to the heart. And then once it gets reoxygenated, it's repelled. Then it's deoxygenated. Got it? Got it. Okay, simple and plain. Right? Now, look at what they used to figure this out. The measurements by Pauling and Coyle were conducted using a guide balance in which the weight of a sample, wait a minute, we got to go right back to that. Yeah, we just going, yeah, right there. The measurements by Pauling and Coyle were conducted using a guide balance in which the weight of a sample was determined in the absence and presence of a magnetic field. Now, do y'all want to see what that looks like? I'm done. I'm done. So now, in Kemet, they had that figured out. 4,000? 4,000 years ago? Was that 5,000? 4,500 years ago? 5,004? These Comedic scholars, they don't know science. Respectfully. So they don't know what they're looking at. They don't know that the heart is magnetic. They don't know that feathers are used to generate electricity. Static electricity or triboelectricity, which is the natural form of electricity. You generate that with a feather. So they don't know that a feather is used as a symbol of electricity, which is the reason why a feather was the symbol of Shu, right? One of the gods of Kemet, right? The feather or Shut was the symbol of Shu, the god of electricity in the air. And we still use windmills to create electricity now. We understand light and atmospheric, light scattering and all of those things based on electric nature of the air, right? So they don't understand that a feather represents electricity. They can't put 2 and 2 together to make 4. They don't understand the heart represents magnetism. They can't put 2 and 2 together to make 4. if they can't understand that you can use a lever scale to measure magnetism, where's your scientific reference for that? My reference was the weighing of the heart ceremony. I had to wait for science to catch up and give us a little something that I can go, oh yeah, look at this article right here. Yeah, look at this right here. Now, because you don't trust your ancestors, because you don't trust your ancestors and you're not smart enough to see what they understand, that's how you're going to be behind always. You can't get ahead until you can use the information in real time. Right? Okay. All right. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I mean by things that's right there sitting in front of you. Right? So we can't survive without the magnetism of the 26 electrons and protons and neutrons. Right? The 26 neutrons, electrons, and protons, it's a magic number. They come together and they produce a magnetic force. That force is what powers our life force. That force powers metabolism and respiration. That force powers nerve function. That force powers life, all of it. Right? Whether we're talking about blood or whether we're talking about mitochondria, macrocosm, microcosm. The same way I told you the pancreas works at the macrocosm, microcosm, help you break down the food, then help your muscles break down the food or the results of the food. Same thing, right? You got hemoglobin, you got electron transport chain. Now, how did your ancestors talk about that? Well, martial arts. See, this is why we have to talk about the Yellow River civilization, because if we don't talk about the Yellow River civilization, you don't have a connection from Kemet to China. You don't have a connection from Kemet to Asia, right? So when you learn martial arts and they talk about the microscopic orbit and the macroscopic orbit, you get lost and you think they talking about chakras. You get confused again. You didn't understand they was here with it. You have hemoglobin in the macro circuit, right? The big circuit. That's your circulatory system. And then you have a micro circuit, right? Inside every mitochondria. Same pigments present, same irons present, same magnetic force is present. Right? So, number 26. Right? Now, Yod Hey Vav Hey. Right? I told you that the English has 26 alphabet, 26 letters because of this. Right? It's because of this. Right? This is 10. This is 5, 6, 5. Right? What is that? That's the number of God. 26. Because when Akhenaten went from the Medu Neter to the Hebrew, right? He had to compress. Think about the Medu Neter as 900 glyphs. So in order to create some sort of small equivalency, he had to encode each glyph with more information. In order to make 22 work in the place of 900, you have to add more information. So each glyph has a number associated with it. And then each glyph has a name, and that name has another number. and so on and so forth. So you have mathematics embedded. You have multiple levels of mathematics embedded in each. So 26 winds up being the number for God. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right? Can we do that here? Right? Okay. 7, right? A, B, C, D, 4, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. You think that's a mistake? You think that's a coincidence? You think that's just so happens to be? See, that's why we had to discuss probability and statistics. Because before we went too far, you need to understand, you need to be able to say, what is the probability that this just so happened to be that way versus being done on purpose? Because that's the ultimate question. Probability and statistics of life as we know it, right? You have atheists say what? Oh, life just happened by mistake, by accident. You have people that believe in God say, no. Intelligent design. This is on purpose. So now you have to use probability and statistics to look at the facts and go, which one is more likely? Which one is more likely? Yeah, you got to look at that. You got to look at that. What's it going to do with that? Yeah. Yeah. You got to look at that. See? Now, let's take a look at the word nature. Let's take a look at the word nature. Right? Something should pop out to you automatically now. When you look at that word nature, the definition, the etymology, when you look at that word nature, something should pop out right at you. Pow! From this conversation. It just pop right out at you. Like, pow! What is that right there? What is that right there? Ping, pow, pooey. What is that? Right there. Nature. From the 13th century. The restorative powers of the body. 13th century. Restorative powers of the body. Or, what else we got there? 13th century. The powers of growth. Powers. Restorative powers of the body. What are the restorative powers of the body? The same powers of the universe. The strong nuclear, weak nuclear, right? The strong nuclear and weak nuclear is just really describing the relationship between electrons and protons. So if you hear me say electrons and protons, no, we're talking about that. But for me, it was easier to understand just electrons and protons. Right? Yeah, electrons and protons. Right? So you got a relationship of, the protons and neutrons inside the nucleus. You got the protons and the electrons. So it's just those relationships there. Protons and electrons. Right? Subatomic particle relationships. Right? Then you got electric, magnetic. Right? And then you got electromagnetic. When electricity and magnetism act together in concert. right? So that's what our body is. That's what's acting through us, right? That's why I'm trying to get this idea. Piezoelectric, the skeleton, piezoelectric, the spine, piezoelectric, the skull, bone, joints, piezoelectric. Pressure is converted to electricity that is then converted to hormones, proteins, myokines, chemokines. Restorative powers of the body, powers of growth, the principles of life, character, essence, right? The 14th century, the forces or processes of the material world that produces living things and maintains order. So wait a minute. So now, hold on now. Now the word nature, right, that we know of, really, right? We know nature is secretly, code word for the nature, but nature has the same definition of Elohim, right? Not made up gobbledygook, not, the devil battling against the cannibal god versus the god of mercy versus the god of Christmas, this, nope. Real science, real time. My God is a serious thing. You can't play with my God. Because to play with your God is to shake your faith. Right? So now we have working definitions for these things. It just so happened, almost exactly the same. Different words. Right? We read earlier one of those definitions, what it said? The heavenly bodies and the earthly powers. The earthly powers is nature. Right? We literally read earlier the earthly powers. Right? Okay. And see, here's the thing. Let's do this real quick. Let's do something real quick. Right? Because I want to show you something. Right? Let me show you something with this. See, hopefully we got enough space to do this. Okay. Let's go. Aleph. I'm trying to see how I look on the screen. Right? Lamed. Right? Right? Now, I'm going to add something else. All right. I know y'all like, what is that you just put up there? We don't know what none of this is. Okay. This is Elohim. Aleph, Lamed, Hey, Yod, Mem. That's how you spell it. Right? Elohim. This is Ha-Teva. 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 right? Elohim, Hateva, right? Now, how does it translate? Well, we know how Elohim translates. We just spent an hour or two talking about that. This word right here, though, Hateva, is nature. Yeah, so that's this word, right? So now we have Elohim here and nature here. Now what we're going to do, right? Now what we're going to do is some good old mathematics, right? We're going to do some good old mathematics. Number 1, 30, 5, 10, 40, 5, 2, what is that? 9, okay, 70. All right. Now, once we add in the math, right? But see, we can add in the math and see if the language itself makes the same association that I made. So we got 1 plus 30 is 31, plus 5 is 36, plus 10 is 46, plus 40, that's 86. Now we have 70 plus 2 is 72, plus 9 is 81, plus 5 and again, you have to ask yourself, what is the probability and statistics that nature is 86 and Elohim is 86? Earthly forces, controlled by heavenly bodies. So we read Yahweh Elohim, right? The Lord of the earthly forces, right? The Lord of the earthly forces, right? So we don't want to just reduce it down to earthly forces. No, it's a governing force over the earthly forces, but forces nonetheless, right? So 86. What Hove said? Hove tapped that mic. What Hove said? Men lie, women lie, numbers don't, right? I'm just saying, right? Yeah. Hopefully this is making sense, right? Hopefully this is making sense. And then we can go directly from here now. Now we can go from here, right? Because nature is giving us all of the healing stuff, right? Whether it's medicine, herbs, it comes from nature. Mother Nature, right? Mother Nature, the Ntcheru, right? Like, yo, EnQi, this is crazy right here. How is it that you've been able to do this for 15 or 20 years straight with new information? Listen, when it comes to books, I'm not only a client, I'm the player president. Yeah. I don't only write, I read. Yeah, so that's why sometimes y'all don't see me online. I'm going to try to be online more. Like, I'm like, okay, hold up. We got we gotta study more. So I gotta find a way to spend more time online, and like, I don't know, we're gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Even Hotep Jesus told me, he's like, nah, you gotta go on every day. I'm like, man, that's my study time. You know what I'm saying? I'm religious with my studies. Listen, I'm religious with my studies. Right? Okay, so let's go to the brain and the spine. Right? So brain and spine. Right? Brain and spine. Right? What is the star of the show when it comes to brain? These guys. Neurons and nerves. What is the difference between a neuron and a nerve? Nothing. That's not true. Size. That is pretty much the only big difference between neurons and nerves. Right? Nerves are a lot bigger. Right? Neurons are really tiny. Right? You got nerves that's like this big. Yeah, you got nerves that run from your back all the way down to your foot. So think about that. However long your leg and hip is, like that's a big neuron, right? But that's really all it is, though, is a big neuron, right? And then the neurons in your brain are like microscopic. You can't even see them; they're so small. But they're still the same thing. It's just big, just really big. So when you study one, you study the other. When you study one, you study the other. Right? It's pretty much the same. Right? And so when you get down to the get down, right? Get down on it, get on it, get down on it. When you get down to the get down, let me see what book you got. We got a couple of books where we was getting down, get down. Now hold up. These are the two books. Hold up. This is part one. Man, hold up. Okay, here's Anatomy of the Human Mind, Volume 1. And then, oh, here we go. Anatomy of the Human Mind, Volume 2. All right? Now, I know that we was getting busy with the get busy in there. Oh, my God. I'm down getting busy with it. Yo, let me tell you how tough these books is. Listen to this. Rap is embedded in my DNA. You know what I'm saying? So let me tell you how hard. Whenever I open up the pages of certain books, not even certain books, all books, when I open up the book, I hear music in my head. When I open a book, I hear music. I want you to understand it. Since I was a kid, when I open a book, I hear music. That's just, that's the thing. When I was little, it was a curse. As I got older, I learned how to harness that. And then, it became, something I could work with, you know what I'm saying? But that's just how my mind works. I hear music, you know what I'm saying? So young, I was distracted. Like, I'm trying to read and I'm like, yo, how easy? I'm asking other people, how easy is it for you to like read a whole book? Like I can't concentrate because in my mind, I would want to drift off to the music. If I close the book, the music shut off, then I want to go put the music on. Whatever that was, classical, jazz, some crazy heavy metal, some reggae, some whatever, right? But my point in that whole story is when I open these books, Anatomy of the Mind, Part 1 and Part 2, these books are so tough. I just hear DMX. Like soon as I open up, go hard, getting busy with it. And that, like, yeah. Like the DMX immediately starts playing in my brain. It's queued up. Hold on. Neurovascular unit. Okay, we're talking that talk. The Rhine mathematical papyrus. Let me ask you a question to stretch your mind. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, wait a minute. It might be in part 1. This is like the Djed, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, see, y'all bought this book because this book got the Comedic blueprint for the microscope in it. Y'all remember when we had that conversation? Yeah. This is that book. This is that book. So you better have this book already. If you don't have these books, you know what I'm getting ready to say. Go to Amazon, put it in your cart, check out. Hold up, man. I'm looking for gap junctions. Harmonic relationships. The brain and the heart generating electric and magnetic 100 billion neurons. Okay. Okay, hold on. Resonance. All right, hold up. I'm going hard, getting busy with it. Okay. Sodium ion is missing an electron. Oscillating in the medium. Most stable. The stability is why Ntcheru is using this shape. Okay. Electrotaxis, the cell directional movement under the effect of electric fields. Electric fields are generated in vivo in a variety of physiologic. Okay, here we go. We cooking. Hold on, we cooking. This is what I was looking for. Right? All right. Page 18. Right, page 18, and I don't even think we're going to go into the whole, we're going to read the whole joint, but we're going to move around, right? This is just so you understand, again, those forces acting inside your body, right? So the word is electrotaxis, like a taxi. So if you're over 30 years old, then you remember before there was such a thing as called Uber and Lyft, people had to catch a taxi, right? You had to catch a taxi cab. Yes, called taxi, right? Called a taxi cab. That's what that was called, a taxi cab, right? So this is how I have, this is my mnemonic device for remembering this, right? So inside your body is called electro, right? Electrotaxy, right? Electrotaxy is the science of how and why your cells move, right? Electrotaxy or electrotaxis, right? Electrotaxis, the cell directional movement under the effect of electric fields. Electric fields are generated in vivo in a variety of physiologic, right? That's physical, and pathologic settings. That's more micro, more biochemical, including wound healing, immune response to injuries, epithelial barriers. Cells are known to migrate towards both chemical, physical, and electrical stimuli, right? So chemical stimuli is called chemotaxis. Physical stimuli is called mechanotaxis, right? Like piezoelectric. And then electric stimuli, electrotaxis. Cells are literally driven by electric fields to do and act. This is why we discuss in the course, right? The Rough Ashlar, the Trigonometry book, and the Legend of Wuxia book, which is on sale right now. Right? We discuss in the course how manipulating the global electric field has caused pandemic immune collapses each time. This is the way of the Ntcheru. Plant toxins attack animals by closing their ion channels, stopping electrical activity. That's death, right? So your cells have ion channels. When those ion channels shut down, the cell dies. When those ion channels shut down, the cells die because we shut down the electrical activity. So we discussed two ways that the major two forces act through the body. Your blood and your circulatory system, the magnetic force. Your cells, all the rest of the cells, the electric force, right? Okay. And then we got some go hard getting busy with it. All right, photobiology, blah, 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 blah. The ability of every cell to generate currency and earn a living is what creates a mind. A mind is a bustling economy driven by cash. Oh, that's just such a bar. It's I just gotta. The ability of every cell to generate currency and earn a living is what creates a mind. A mind is a bustling economy driven by cash. Now, if you don't know, because you don't have the Rough Ashlar book, you don't have the Trigonometry book, and you don't have the Comedic naturopathy book, right? The Legend of Wuxia, then you don't know what cash means, right? Cash is the Comedic word for glucose or sugar, right? Interesting. All right, hold on now. Man, this is still, I'm still looking for something. Ions. Okay, here we go. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. Okay. Is it number 3? What's number 4? That's number 4. That's not in number 4. Oh, it might be in number 5. There's so much stuff in these books. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There's so much stuff in these books. All right. Well, anyway, we can just do it like this. Right? We can just do it like this. Right? Okay. So, brain and spine, nerves and neurons. Right? So now, we just threw something on the table. Right? We just threw ions on the table. Ion channels. The ion channels close. And this is how plants fight. They make poisons. You know, the type of poison determines which ion channels it closes. That's like one of their main defense mechanisms. Plants create chemicals that will close your ion channels, right? But ion channels are specific, cell specific, right? They also have stuff that is shut down, like your electron transport chain, right? Like cyanide. Cyanide shuts down cytochrome number 4. Right? We all know you give somebody cyanide, boop, they're done. It's because all of their cytochromes, well, the electron transport chains will stop. And once they stop, it's a wrap, right? Okay. So, if you go to page 36, right, you got these guys. Right? Sodium, right? That's probably the star of the show. That is the star of the show, right? That's the star of the show. That's why sodium was named after the netters, right? Sodium was named after the netters, right? Netetum. That's sodium in Kemet, right? But you got sodium, you got calcium, you got chloride, and you got potassium. And really, I didn't mess that up because chloride is in the class by itself. Right? Chloride is in the class by itself. Oh, you know what? I also have a kind of a breakdown in, I think it's in the melanin book. Let me see. I think if we go to the melanin book, yep. But I have a more detailed version in another book. Yeah, here I was just opening up. I was just kicking the tires on that thing. But if you have the electrician manual number 1, you could go to page 16. Right? It says, let's stay with the neurons. -70 at rest and +40 at work, right? -70 and +40 represents the scale of electrical activity in the cell, right? So again, these forces are working through your spine and your brain, right? Not to mention your heart. I don't know why I didn't throw your heart up there, but the heart got a lot more going on. The heart got a lot more going on. The brain is really the most lightweight out of these 3, right? But the heart, the brain, and the spine, all made out of neurons and nerves, right? So they all work this way. With these guys right here. These 4, right? These 4, right? Hold on. Let me see this. I'm going hard, getting busy with it. Okay, boop. Okay, we could do that right there. We might do that. We might have to do that. We might have to do that. Well, I'll just remember. Let me put this up here somewhere. Put this up here. Okay, yeah. Put that there, then I won't forget it. Okay. All right, so page 16, we're talking about the electric potential, right? So in Kemet, remember, salt was as valuable as money. Salt was as valuable as money. There's a reason. There's a reason. Salt controls your biochemistry, right? Potassium on the inside of the cell potentiates the negative 70 millivolts right? When the gates open, right, those ion channels, when the ion channels open, right, sodium comes in. All right, so at rest, negative 70 millivolts, right? The cell has primarily potassium in there. When the gates open, then you have sodium come in, right? You have sodium come in. Chloride comes in, calcium comes in, right? That takes the cell up, even though the arrow is down, to a positive 40 millivolts. But that happens in the blink of an eye. That happens in the blink of an eye. Boop. It goes from negative 70 to positive 40 and then back down in the blink of an eye, right? When that happens, that electric pulse of energy gets packaged, right, in a neurotransmitter, right? That represents information. That electric pulse, that represents information. That information is packaged in a neurotransmitter. That neurotransmitter then goes from that neuron or nerve to another one, where that other receiving neuron or nerve unpacks the neurotransmitter like a package from Amazon or email. It opens up the package, and then that information is translated backwards, right? Now, in our brain, we have patterns of electrical activity where hundreds, thousands, even millions of neurons are creating these electrical flashes like little miniature microscopic lightnings, right? Little lightnings at the same time. Right? So it looks like waves, right? So it looks like waves. Now, over time, we've developed the ability to measure and quantify, right, these waves, right? But the waves, we can't forget, delta waves, gamma waves, this and that. You looking at all these folks on the internet selling you a pineal gland pack. Oh, this pineal gland is gonna get the gamma waves in the, because your chakra is gonna relax. I need you. It's right here, right? When you're looking at gamma wave, when you're looking at the different sets of brain waves, what you're looking at is speed of electrical activity. Speed, right? Speed, but that does not always denote quality. Yeah, that doesn't mean that's high-powered thoughts. Just because the brain is at a gamma state does not mean that person's curing cancer. Trust me. All right? You got some guys get to a gamma state thinking about booty. You know what I'm saying? Like this, yeah. The brain wave the brain is super active, but no, they're not thinking about curing cancer. They're just thinking about something super, yeah. That's why they hit you with the videos with the slow motion, expensive car you can't really afford and all that to get you, you know. They got the 20-year-old, the 19-year-old model, buck naked, selling you beer, right? All day on TV. But if you in your 30s or 40s and you go out there and try to get you, like, hold up, I don't really want that beer. I'm really more interested in that model in the swimsuit. So now you go out there try to get you one of the money. Oh, is he grooming? Is he grooming? What is the TV grooming? Y'all got to deal with the TV. Is the TV commercials grooming? Yeah, you got to ask these other questions. Are the TV commercials grooming? Are the TV shows grooming? When they have these shows where they got high school kids supposed to be in the show, and now they're showing on this TV show the high school kids. Now, we know in real life these high school actors is really like in their 20s, but in the show, they having sex. I got to answer questions like this because I'm a parent. So I got my children, they watching, what is that, the soap opera for kids? All American, Dad, should we let Kylie and Aubrey watch this with us? Because, they be, I'm like, what they be doing? Let me see. I'm like, oh. Okay, well, yeah, that's pretty interesting. This is a high school show. Right? So, anyway. Gets crazy, right? If you're not a parent, if you don't have children, you don't have to think about this stuff. If you got children of different ages, you got to think about this, because I got 9-year-olds that want to watch TV with the 16-year-olds. And I'm watching TV from a whole different perspective. Like, they asked me, I was on Hotep Jesus Twitter Spaces the other day. They was asking me about Carmelo Anthony and the incident with the track and woo-woo. I said, in my opinion, it's not the fault of the quote-unquote white boy. It's not the fault of the quote-unquote black boy. I'm a parent. I'm wondering why these children are unsupervised at a school track meet. Where's the chaperones and the security? Because that wasn't supposed to even be able to escalate to a point where unsecure property, no teachers, no chaperones, where's the coaches? Why is this whole story about these kids being accountable for making mistakes when they're supposed to be under adult supervision? Yeah. When you take your kids to school or you let them go to a game with the coach or something like that, you expecting one thing and one thing only: for them to return your child safely. So it's supposed to be some whole other questions that's supposed to be being asked about those scenarios, besides whether this is a white thing or a black thing or who had to be like, nah. Because the aggression and the testosterone and the ego tripping, if authority was in place, that doesn't have the room to fester and turn into something crazy. Anyway, see, but that's parental perspective. I got babies. I've been going to track and field meets for let me think, when Tony was running track. More than 10 years. Right? Anyway. All right. So, Djed pill, right? So, heart, brain, spine, right? Electricity, electric forces, right, are governing your cells and tissues. Electric and magnetic forces are governing your cells and tissues. I want to get that across. I want that to come across, right? So when our ancestors was talking about the Elohim, when they were talking about the Ntcheru, they were talking about the very same forces of the universe that your science teacher or science professor is talking about.
Myron!
Dude,
Myron!
what?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks. What
You
talking
called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I went to I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
man.
you
always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the books. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon. You
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Yo, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. You're animals to the animal, baby.
Okay. I gotta give a double, quadruple appreciation for the love. That's what I'm talking about. Appreciate you, Jay. Let's go. HJ and EnQi. Man, hold on. Let me find out. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me find out. Just a call in from Hotep Jesus got me a super chat. That's kind of epic right there. Shout out to Hotep Jesus once again. Hotep Jesus is really like the Hotep Jesus. Like that's a real thing right there. Peyton is a constant positive motivating force in my life. Right? He's in 2 of them things back to back. Switzerland in the building. Man. All right, so let's recap real quick. When we talk about the Elohim, right? When we talk about the Elohim, Elohim is the plural of Elohim is the plural of El or Elo, right? El or Elo translate as force or powers, right? Force or powers. All throughout the Bible, where you have descriptions, right? You have qualities being added, right? Different types of forces and or powers, right? Netchers, the Ntcheru translates to force or powers, right? God is the supreme force, the supreme power, right? So this is where we get confused, because in English, right? So we're looking at Ntcheru, right, which is a Comedic, right? Comedic word. Then we're looking at Elohim, which is a Hebrew word. Now watch this. This is probably a space where it's become more confusing, because we translate Ntcheru, Elohim, into English, the word God or gods, right? Now, the problem is English is French and German masquerading as a language. So English is two other languages. So it creates compound confusion, right? Because you're translating from one language to another language to a third language, which is actually a compound language of two languages, German and French, right? And German and French couldn't be more opposite, right? Couldn't be more opposite. But I showed you, right? Yahweh, right? 26, God, 26, like, so forces, nature, right? Hateva, Elohim, right? The heavenly bodies creating earthly forces, right? Those earthly forces are what animate and make life on the planet. So this is where the concept of God as controlling all life comes from. It's not because it's a white man that lives in the clouds. It's because literally it's the forces that life is made out of. That's God or the gods. If God leaves you, you are dead. So I just gave you two examples of the blood being a magnetic system, right? Then your nerves being an electric system, producing electricity by exchanging ions, right? Calcium, sodium, chloride, potassium, right? So your body cells also do the same thing. Your body cells, right? This is why you have a membrane, right? The membrane of the cell, and the ion channels is what allows these ions to go in or out. Now, when you have charged ions, right? When you have charged ions, that is called a plasma. Whether you're talking about plasma up in the stars in space or inside your body, right? In space, you have more of a raw type of plasma, right? It's just pretty much electrons and yeah, it's but inside your body, you have negative ions and positive ions creating small electric fields. And as those electric fields pass in or out of a cell, they change the electricity of the cell, right? This is not electron transport chain producing, this is not that, because the mitochondria live inside the cell. So in order for mitochondria to even be alive, your cells have to be between negative 70 millivolts and positive 40 millivolts, right? So we have the electric force animating the cells, and we have the magnetic force providing information and nutrition to the cells, right? So we have the forces of the universe acting through, right? And that starts from the ground up. That starts from the ground up, right? Which is why when we do our prayer, which we definitely missed. Yeah, we went crazy. We missed prayer time. That's okay. It's coming back up, right? God understands. We was giving praise anyway. We was giving praise and thanks anyway, even though we missed the prayer, right? But this is why we start with the feet. We working ground up, right? We working ground up. I learned that from, studying Tai Chi. You connect with the ground first, and then you bring it up, right? You connect with the ground first, and then you bring it up. So we do our prayer. We do our toe raises, heel raises, then calf raises, then squats, right? Then we do our little push-ups, jumping jacks, boom, prayer's over, right? So we're demonstrating the unification of the magnetic force and the electric force known as the gods in your body. All right, I want to make this so people have to watch the video a few times. It's cool. Now, in order to have healthy nerves, right? And this is why when I wrote the forces up here, if you notice, when I wrote the forces up here, if you notice, I put, strong nuclear, weak, strong nuclear, weak nuclear. I put spin/gravity. Then I put electric, then I put magnetic, and then I put electromagnetic with the question mark because it goes together. It should really be a force of its own. They playing with it. It's all right, right? But in order for your nerves and your neurons to work, right, they have to be attached to we're just going to say vessels, right? We're just going to say vessels, right? So in order for the neurons to work, they have to be attached to the vessels. In order for the vessels to work, they have to be attached to nerves and neurons. So even inside your body, it is linked. It is electromagnetism. Has to always find each other. Right? The magnetism, the electricity has to find each other. If you do not have a blood supply to your nerves die. If your nerves die, you lose function in that area of your body, whether that's a muscle or whether that's an organ or a gland. Yeah, see, they don't talk about that part. When you're having loss of function in an organ or a gland, a lot of times it's associated with loss of nerves. Yeah. Even fat, people that have hard time losing fat, it's because they're losing nerve. You got some nerve. That's why we got the You Got Some Nerve book. If you don't have the You Got Some Nerve book, get the You Got Some. You got to get all these different, right? You got to get this knowledge. You got to get this knowledge while it's available, right? So we're talking about the Djed pillar, but I had to go through that other book so that it would make sense. So I had to take a break, right? I had to take a break, and we had to put another book out, right? Right? We had to take a break from the Djed pillar book and release this book, right? So if you don't, this book is probably not out yet, right? It'll be out shortly. It will be out shortly. Here's my Djed pillar book cover. Well, the Djed pillar is already on Amazon. There you go. Yeah, the Djed pillar is right there. So I can just. Boom. So we're going from that book to this book. Now, this is the Djed pillar book. If you don't already have this book, you need to go get this book. Put this book in your cart and check out. Right? The Pain in the Neck book. Right? So you have to have these things have the electricity and the magnetism has to flow. Has to flow. There's no health without it. Health is measured by function of tissues. Tissues are regulated by electricity. The electricity cannot be generated properly without the magnetism. Way into the heart ceremony. Balance the electric and the magnetic, right? You have to have the two. Well, how does the nerves control the vessels? Because all of your blood vessels have smooth muscle tissue, right? So you got skeletal muscle, cardiovascular muscle, and then you got the interior muscle, which is smooth muscle. That's what your vessels is made out of. Your glands, your organs is all made out of. And so the nerves tell the vessels when to contract and when to relax. So the nerves in a healthy body control vasoconstriction and vasodilation, right? So if it's time for the blood vessels to open up so you can get more circulation, more blood flow, they do that. When it's time to tighten up, shut down shop, it does that. Right? Now, let's go into some more ancient pretexts real quick. Because I see y'all like that. So because y'all like that, I like that. Because y'all like that, I like that. So make sure y'all get the book when it comes out. Right? It should be out tomorrow or the next day. Right? That might be the Easter book. Right? Let me see. Let me see some here. Right? We got the word germ. Right? The word germ. Right? Now, I don't know what you know or how you know it. right? But for me, when I was little, I heard a germ, and I only heard a germ two ways. Two ways, right? Nasty, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, get them germs. Like, don't eat food off the floor. You know, we hungry. We out of poverty, right? Food drop on the floor. We picking it up. That's first instinct. You got some potato chips or something crazy. You know, you drop a cookie on the floor. You picking that thing right up. Yeah, you picking that thing right up. Your mom's like, don't pick that up off the floor. That got germs on it. And you scratching your head as a little kid. You like, germs. I'm like, I'm from the Bronx. What? Let me see one of them germs. He getting ready to steal my whole cookie. What germs? Can he fight? Like, who's the germ? Is it Jeremy? Like, what germ? Who? How? Those are my chips right there. That's my candy. You know, before you even know that it's candy, it's no D. Candy. That's my candy on the floor. Nah, I gotta pick that up. What are you talking about? I'm gonna pick that up. So then kids start making up. Now, I don't know. Look, everybody, we got international people watching from Ireland, Switzerland, Africa, Australia, Japan, all over the world. Right. So I don't know how it, people from different standings of economic wealth and achievement and different types of. I'm from the stuff you see on the. Where I'm from is them places on the news that you don't want to visit to stop your car. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we came up with reasons to pick food up off the floor. Yeah, we came up with the 3-second rule, little quick prayers. God made dirt and dirt don't hurt. Kiss it up to God. Stuff like that. We gonna find a way though to pick that up. If it's as long as it's dry, we picking it up. If it's wet, then it's just like you gotta step on it to help yourself not really want it anymore. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta crush it and look away. But if it's a dry item, we can really pick that up. I'm gonna kiss that up to God. Right? So first experience with germs are bad. Germs stop you from eating your stuff off the floor. You know what I'm saying? When you come inside the house from playing outside, your mother said, go, don't you open up my refrigerator. Go wash them hands and get them germs. You got them germs. Don't put all that germs on my food. Again, here come germs again. We learn germs like that before we ever hear about germs in school. We hear about germs at the house. Don't touch the floor and then touch your mouth. Don't touch animals and touch your mouth, and stuff like that. So that's germ, right? Then the next exposure we got in the hood. Mind you, this is the hood. This is the neighborhood. The next exposure we got for the germ is Elijah Muhammad. Well, technically not Elijah Muhammad. Almost nobody in the hood ever heard Elijah Muhammad speak in real life. Right? His word traveled. Right? So somebody that heard from 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 somebody else was telling you a story about the black germ and the brown germ, and how the black germ and the brown germ made all living creatures, the black germ and the brown germ. And by mixing the black germ and the brown germ, you get white folks, yellow folks, brown folks, black folks, right? So that's the first time I'm getting a positive context on the term germ. Like, so germs is good? Okay, so germs created people? I thought germs just, messing up the snack time, I thought germs was just, okay, so germs. So by now, you getting 4th grade, 5th grade, middle school. Now you're starting to hear about germs, and you get the same confusion in school. When you get to school, you get germs cause disease. and you get DNA. Interesting, right? So those are my early exposures, right? Neighborhood exposure, school exposure, right? Fast forward, I get to my later teen years and I start to playing around with the Hebrew, right? Hebrew germ means bone. So I'm like, okay, let him cook. Let him cook. This is kind of crazy, right? This is kind of crazy, right? Because, you know, my wheels is turning. You know, my wheels is turning the way my mind, you know what I'm saying? So, because I know the blood comes from the bone, right? So I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Some of that stuff, that brown germ and that blood, what? Now, mind you, as a child, as a kid, you watching TV, Casper the Friendly Ghost and whatever else, you watching and you looking at skeletons white on TV. Then when you see like doctor shows, you know, they messing around with skeletons. Those skeletons are bleached. They're white. Skeletons in your body are not white. So I'm like, there's some cooking involved with this germ and bone thing, because you know the bone houses the bone marrow, which is where all the stem cells in the blood and I'm like, right? It gets crazy. It gets a little crazy, right? It gets a little crazy. Then I'm like, okay, so, I could do something like this, right? Because right? So I'm like, okay, now we cooking, right? We cooking, right? We cooking. And so now, mind you, it's an accumulation of studies, information, you know. So again, you got to remember, this is Akhenaten compressing a lot of information, 900 glyphs, all the way down into 22, right? So there's a whole lot of stuff you got to pull out by decompressing the information, right? So if we take this, for example, right, blood, right? Now blood, right? Right, blood is Dalet Mem, right? The number 44, right? The number 44, right? So now, when you have when you're using this type of number code associated with the Hebrew letters, right? sometimes you'll get a number for a word, right? And the number has repeating numbers in it, right? Like 44 or 22 or 66. Like it has repeating numbers in it. Whenever there's a repeating number, right? I'm just showing you how this information is encoded because it's Comedic science encoded in the Bible in Hebrew. Whenever there's a repeating number, right? That means that that number is the message. It's like a flashing sign like, hey, the number 4, the number 4, the number 4, right? So before we unpack anything else with the blood, right, you got to go, what's special about the number 4 and blood, right? What's special about the number 4 and blood, right? Because see, this is how I learned all this stuff, and then so I worked backwards. See, a lot of people that starts watching me, these are people that's in like college or medical school, and they're trying to get hip to the holistic style. They're trying to get hip to the Comedic or the historic. You know, they're trying to get hip. Me, I learned all this stuff, and then I went looking in the medical books, in the magazines, and the texts, and to validate. I was trying to substantiate. I'm like, okay, so now this is what I got from the ancestors, but it could be me tripping. I got to see if this actually makes sense out in the world of people that scrutinize this, that don't believe as I, that don't see things my way, which is 99.9999999% of the rest of the world, right? I got to be able to communicate what I'm saying to everybody else, right? So it's like, okay, the number 4 is repeating, associated with the word blood. What is it saying, right? Right off the back. How many blood types are there? 4. Your major blood types, right? 4. A, B, O. 4 blood types. Like, oh, so it might be something. Yeah, it might be something in there, right? It might be something in there. So then you could take it another step further, right? Take it another step further. What do we do? What's the movement about? Right? What's the movement about? Diabetes. Well, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Blood sugar. Right? How many grams of glucose is supposed to be circulating in your body in a healthy person? 4. I'm like, oh, that's kind of epic. That 4 is cooking. Yeah, that number 4 tell me the whole story. That 4 is cooking. Hold up. How many iron atoms goes? How many iron atoms can each blood cell hold? 4. I'm like, yo, my mind is blown, right? And because it can hold 4 iron atoms, it can hold 4 oxygen molecules. 4. Like, yo, It's a lot of jewels in there. It's a lot of jewels in there. See? That's what I'm saying. Well, Akhenaten and them created chemistry and the language, the masonry, the culture of Akhenaten at the time. You got to remember what Akhenaten is like the rich little spoiled sucker, right? His parents and grandparents done put all of the crazy work in. So when he comes in, the Comedic Empire is at its largest as it ever was. That's what he inherits. The richest, largest, most exquisite, flyest Comedic, that's what he got. And as most rich kids now, well, you got some rich kids that just blow it, but you got some kids that's like, no, I'm a step away from my parents' shadow, and I'm gonna show them that I could do my own thing. So that's what he did. He created a Masonic society of builders, right? They wanted to build their own cities, right? They wanted to have their own language, their own God. That's what they did, right? But all of the knowledge, right? All of the knowledge and everything come from. So, yeah, you want to do it on your own, but you still my son, right? You're still my daughter. You still the chip off the old block. So all of the old science is still embedded. New language, same script. Just found a way to embed the information, right? So you got the 4 embedded in the blood, and the 4 is the descriptor. The 4 explains the blood sugar, how it need to be, the iron, the oxygen, blood types, everything you need to know right there. Right? Okay. I know. Because it can get so crazy that we can expand it out in a different way. Right? We can expand it out in a different way. And we can go to red, man, and ground. Right? All 4 of these words come from the same root. The 2-letter root builds. The 2-letter root builds, right? So from the same root, all the words are related because the languages, just like most of the practices, are built on observing plants, right? So plants have roots, the language has roots. Plants in the same soil are related. Now, we just found that out now. That's something we just found out in the last 5-10 years, that plants that share a soil become a family because all their roots intertwined. So they all communicate, even different types of plants, right? So we can go in a whole different direction with this, right? But we can go to it, but I'm sure I've discussed this 1,000 times. And I'm sure 1,000 other channels have discussed this 1,000 times, right? So we can go to a totally different space, right? We can take this off, right? And we can have a more advanced conversation and talk about the reason why the blood is red, right? We can talk about infrared. Right? We can talk about red and infrared, right? Being different types of light, right? So we could say that the blood is a river of light, right? We can say the blood is a river of light. Now that word, right? That word in the Hebrew would be nahar. Nahar, Nahar. I might have wrote that too close together for you. Right? Nahar. Right? River or stream. Right? But to show you how to connect it, the word for light is Nahara. So you add an aleph to Nahar and you have Nahara. Now this is a word that's not often used for light. It's only used in special instances. Much more often you would see this word used for light. Or, like order, right? That's where it comes from. In Kemet, they had a city of Or, right? The city of light, right? You have Or, light, right? Now we have Aura, right? And the symbol on the periodic table for gold is AU, right? So you have gold, and then you have Re, Ra, right? So we can play around and find some trails, right? But we don't have to. We can just use the actual words. Nahar, river, Nahara, light, right? So we can refer to blood as a river of light, right? Which we often do, right? So hopefully you learned something, right? Hopefully y'all get the books. So